Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off today, with Havoc entering the match as the favorite. Havoc holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head, winning about 72% of their total encounters. That historical gap is pairing up perfectly with Lancer's struggles in his most recent games. It'll be a tough climb for Lancer to turn this around. Havoc's clutching a tight 2-1 lead right now. His recent form has been shaky, but he's staying competitive here. Havoc is just too quick on the draw today. Those opening exchanges are becoming incredibly brief. Havoc is absolutely dominating, pushing the score to 4-1. He's certainly living up to that top quartile ranking today. He's just too fast, securing another victory to put himself in total control. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those recent losses right now. A sharp reaction from Lancer to put an end to that momentum. Havoc has put together a strong 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. It will take a huge shift in energy for Lancer to claw back into this. Lancer is falling behind as Havoc hits 6 rounds. That was a lightning fast reaction to take the round. Havoc is cruising along now, leading 7-3. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle with his recent form. What a scrap! Lancer barely manages to walk away from that one as the players prepare for the switch. A clutch effort there to keep things competitive. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we looked for coming into the game. Lancer is hanging in there, but Havoc's higher rating is showing in the results. Time for a fresh start. Havoc extends his lead to 8-5 with a clinical finish. A rough stretch for Lancer, who's really struggled in his last 10 outings. That was a gritty exchange, but Lancer manages to dig deep and pull through. He is starting to push back on the pace. He's clearly not letting the favorite run away with his set. Havoc keeps the pressure on, moving ahead 9-6. The depth of experience here is a real factor. Lancer is refusing to go away, shutting that last encounter down completely. He's definitely proving that he can trade blows with the favorite. Havoc pushes the advantage to a 10-7 lead. A rough window for Lancer, especially after that 11-13 loss to him on Italy. Havoc is putting on a show from the ramp, really tightening his grip on this game. That's a rough run for a player who's went 11-24 in his last 24 matches. He's just an absolute wall right now, moving within a single round of the finish line. Pure confidence on display from the favorite right now. What a wild finish. He survives a brutal slugfest to secure the final victory and close out the series. Decisive showing from the top seed today, who looked completely untouchable on this map. Welcome to Italy. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today to see who can claim the victory. Lancer has struggled significantly lately, having lost 7 of his last 10 games. This current slump is a huge contrast to his overall history of success against Mist. It will be interesting to see if he can find a way to reverse that trend today. Mist has the momentum going into this third round. That quick reflex out of the gate keeps things tight. Lancer is looking sharp right now, responding perfectly to put himself in the lead. The lower ranked player is holding his own in this set. Lancer is on fire, claiming his 3rd straight point with an effortless shot. He's really shaking off those previous losses. What a fight, he barely clings to life after that exchange to secure his 4th straight win. Lancer is completely ignoring his recent struggles in the server. Lancer is simply outclassing everyone right now, extending his lead to 5 rounds. He really needs this momentum after a rough day in the server. Simply unstoppable. He keeps the momentum rolling to move his lead up to 4 rounds. Lancer is making the most of this momentum despite the rating gap. He manages to claw back around in a frantic scramble, surviving by the skin of his teeth. The higher rated player in this matchup is finally starting to show out. Lancer was just too quick, putting an end to that duel from the 1 position. Mist has been an absolute nightmare for him recently, taking 3 consecutive wins in their last few head-to-head meetings. It's clearly creating a psychological edge for the favorite as he fights back into this game. Now we just see if Lancer can hold his nerve under that pressure. Lancer takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorites were expected to run away with this, but Lancer is playing way above his recent form right now. He's put Mist on the defensive early. Mist is clawing back, now trailing by only 3. A strong showing from the higher rated competitor here. Unreal, he survives that brutal trade on the wine by a mere sliver of health. That's some incredible composure from the higher seeded player. He's simply refusing to back down, taking another one to keep this charge going. Incredible grit to tie this setup at 8-8, firmly shutting down the wine position. Absolutely crushing it. Now he takes the lead with a blink and you miss its shot. He's simply on another level right now, extending this surge to 6 straight. A quick reaction here helps Lancer close the gap to 1. Deadlock at 10-all, and the tension is peaking. The lower seeded player is definitely finding his footing in this series. Devastating blow to the momentum as he shuts down the comeback attempt with total authority. Lancer remains untouchable from the wine, and now he is just 1 away from victory. The underdog is putting on an absolute clinic tonight. He manages to win the trade and keeps the dream alive, keeping Lancer from sealing the deal. A critical hold for the higher seeded player in this series. Absolute mayhem in the final trade, but he comes out on top to seal the victory. He really puts an end to that losing streak in the most dramatic way possible. He just fought through everything today. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Havoc taking on Mist in a clash where the favorite looks strong today. Havoc makes a strong start, quickly picking Mist off the box to take the lead. That head-to-head history certainly weighs in his favor. Havoc holds a massive historical lead, having won about 71% of their previous encounters, and honestly you can tell he's trying to lean into that confidence early on. The real question is if Mist can capitalize on his most recent win to shake that legacy. Havoc puts out a great read there, catching Mist completely out of position on the Tetris. Havoc's just a hair ahead, leading 3-2. He's really keeping up that strong form from his win over Lancer. Mist is showing real grit here, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to play high on the Tetris. The underdog is certainly putting up a fight today. Havoc claims the ramp and keeps himself in a solid spot as we move into the second half of the map. That top 11 ranking is starting to show as he takes control. We're all tied up at 4 apiece now. Both players are currently sitting on nearly identical all-time win rates. Havoc pulls back the lead, edging ahead 5-4. The experience shows, especially since he's seen this particular rival so often. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, picking Mist off that high ground for another round. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite today. Havoc maintains a slim 1-round advantage at 6-5. Solid response from the number 20 player to keep things close. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's a predictable start for the favorite here. He looks comfortable keeping his distance, but Mist is definitely holding his own. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. A real battle for the high ground there, and Mist comes out on top to tie it up. That's a solid recovery from his loss earlier today. Havoc is just a bit too sharp today, pulling that off from below and extending the gap. His recent form has been a huge step up lately. Havoc secures a narrow 8-7 grip here. He's fighting back after a tough 11-13 loss to Lancer. Havoc is putting up an impressive 20-13 run over the last day. It's a great sign of his current form coming into this series. I wonder if Mist can find a way to break his momentum before things get too out of hand. Mist is on fire right now. He manages to push Havoc off the Tetris to force a dead heat. Complete deadlock now as the pressure mounts for both players. He's just completely in control now, picking up another one to keep the surge going. A huge shift in energy as he takes the lead. What a scramble. Mist manages to survive that chaotic trade and keeps the rolling momentum going. The momentum has shifted entirely for the lower seed. Havoc answers back quickly with a clean shot, bringing the score to 10-11. An incredibly fast reaction there by Mist to put him on the verge of victory. And that is it. Mist shuts the door on this series with a perfect final sequence. He's officially shaking off that historical slump and proving he can trade blows with a higher seed. Really impressive grit to close that out. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain his dominance. Havoc holds a huge historical advantage, winning over 70% of their encounters. So he should have no problem shaking off that early loss given how well he's performed in their past matches. The real question is if Lancer can actually hold his ground today. Lancer's keeping the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. His overall win rate is a bit lower than his opponent's. These two are perfectly matched right now, trading rounds back and forth in a real deadlock. His 17th win of the day keeps him moving forward. Unreal, he claws back into the lead by the narrowest of margins. Talk about a heart-stopping finish for the favorite. Fierce exchange of shots here, but he manages to come out on top and take full control of the match. He just can't stop his momentum, picking up another victory from the ramp. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, claiming his 5th straight round. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to show. He's absolutely on fire, putting together 6 straight rounds of pure skill. His current form is a massive contrast to that recent loss against Mist. He's completely in control, strolling toward double digits with an effortless 7th straight. The onslaught just doesn't stop as he secures another victory to keep the pressure high. The gap in their ratings is really showing through. Havoc takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this side is playing exactly how the pre-match predictions suggested. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with his opponent's pace. Havoc is making this look far too easy, just breezing through these encounters. Just as he did in their last head-to-head meeting. That was too fast. He completely shuts the door on any hope for a comeback. Total lockdown from the... What a performance. He closes it out with a flawless final shot to secure the victory. Lancer just didn't have the answers for that pace today, as the favorite completely steamrolled through this series. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Mist and Lancer facing off today with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Mist comes out swinging, catching Lancer right as he stepped up onto the ramp. A quick start for the higher rated player. Lancer holds a narrow advantage in their head-to-head history, having won over 52% of their lifetime encounters. That long-term edge seems to be playing a role here, since he's already managed to trade blows early on. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can use his rating gap to pull ahead. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that fight with a tiny sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Hard to believe the number 30 seed is dominating this opener. Lancer is just untouchable right now, taking a heavy amount of damage but still coming out on top. Lancer really seems to have the upper hand tonight. He's simply on another level today, adding another victory to his massive lead. This mirrors that 13-11 result we saw just before this set. Another fast reflex win from the ramp, and he's now sitting on 6 straight. The underdog is putting on a serious clinic right now. Lancer just completely shut him down from the ramp, making it 7 straight. Lancer seems to have the mental edge today. He simply refuses to let up, trading shots on the ramp and coming out on top yet again. The higher seed is looking completely lost right now. Lancer secures another victory from the ramp, extending his lead to a massive 9 rounds straight. He's completely ignoring that rating deficit today. Lancer is absolutely crushing this set, picking up another quick victory before the break. Lancer holds a huge 11-1 lead. I don't think anyone expected the lower ranked player to put up a double-digit lead this quickly. Mist has a massive mountain to climb in the second half. Let's see if Mist can awaken. Mist finally manages to get another one on the board, slowing things down just a bit. Lancer's been struggling a bit today with 11 wins over 25 matches. He's finally found a way to string a couple together, but he's still got a long road back. He needs a serious rally to overcome that gap. He's completely shifted the tide, putting together a 3-round run to claw back into this. He's certainly making the most of that rating advantage now. He's on fire now, taking a clean duel from the ramp for his 4th straight win. The momentum has completely flipped for the higher seeded player. And Lancer stops the momentum cold, putting himself just 1 step away from the victory. He's definitely playing with an abundance of confidence right now. Tough break for Lancer, who lets a crucial round slip away here. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this series. Absolutely wild. He survives that exchange by a hair to keep the pressure on. Pure guts to claw out of that situation. Boom! A perfect final shot closes the deal and secures the map. Lancer really put on a show there, completely disregarding his rough run of form to snag another victory against Mist. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Mist facing off on Mapas. Havoc is the favorite here, but Mist is ready to fight. Havoc holds a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head, winning 70% of their meetings. It's clear that psychological edge is weighing on Mist right now. I wonder if Mist can shake that history and find a way back into the game. Havoc's pulling ahead, leaving Mist fighting for breath. The number 20 ranked player is starting to find his footing. The momentum has completely shifted. Mist is on fire and now holds all the control in this series. He's looking a lot stronger than the rankings suggest right now. Havoc stays in the lead with a narrow 3-2 edge. He's coming into this set with plenty of confidence after those wins against Lancer. We're all squared up now with Havoc and Mist. Looking at the top 20, this one is an absolute toss-up. These early rounds are essentially a coin flip, with both players trading blows constantly. Havoc has put together a strong run lately, going 22-13 over the last day. And honestly, this current momentum shows he is playing way above his usual standard. It will be interesting to see if Mist can disrupt this flow before the gap widens further. It's a deadlock at 5-all for these two. An impressive response from Mist, knowing he's the one facing the uphill battle. Completely untouched finish for Mist, who is now cruising into the break. What a massive response to put himself in the driver's seat. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Havoc to run away with this, but the underdog is actually outplaying him. He is fighting back hard and puts himself in a great spot for the second half. Let's see how the swap helps. Mist is firmly in command with an 8-5 lead. He is really fighting through that rating gap to stay on top. Havoc is showing a lot of grit, cleaning up this round to stay in the fight. That was a lightning fast response from the face. Another flawless exchange for the veteran, who refuses to let the deficit discourage him. His confidence is surging now after taking down those early rounds against Kovac. Mist is still holding a 2-round advantage here. Pure resilience from him to stay in control here. Mist still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. That's a clinical sequence to put himself in a dominant position. An effortless response from Havoc, and he's beginning to claw back into this series. He's finally starting to close the gap between them. Mist is putting on a serious show, continuing to hold his own against the higher seed. He's digging in deep, keeping this battle alive with another stronger round. He's fighting the good fight despite the gap in their seeding. That was an absolute shutout to put Mist just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is just completely erasing the expectation here. What a way to close it out. Mist puts on a final show to secure the victory. He completely shook off that historic deficit. To walk away with a win after everything he's faced against this opponent is just wild. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain his dominance. Havoc holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 70% of their previous meetings. It's a gap in confidence that really shows when you look at how Lancer has struggled throughout the day. He needs a quick response to prevent a total blowout here. Lancer is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A total reversal from their previous meet on Orange. Havoc clears the ramp quickly to keep this set completely dead. Even he's definitely got more experience on this specific surface. Havoc is really starting to put some distance between himself and Lancer after that clean kill from the ramp. Lancer's rating is firmly in the bottom half of the ladder. Lancer puts him down quickly from the ramp, which puts a lot of pressure on this early stage of the match. Lancer is on a roll right now, and he makes quick work of Havoc from the ramp. We are completely locked in a stalemate at 4-all. Both competitors have been quite active throughout the schedule today. Havoc really enjoyed that high ground for the round, and he is starting to pick up some serious momentum here. He secures another victory from the toolbox, moving the count to 6-4. The higher ranking is starting to separate them here. Unreal, Havoc barely walks away from that scrap on the ramp to extend his run to 4. Lancer's struggle is evident when you look at his 20% recent form. Havoc takes the lead 8-4. Things are playing out exactly as predicted. That 5-round run really gave the favorite all the control heading into the second half. Lancer's got to find an answer. Havoc has been extremely consistent throughout the day, winning 21 of his matches. Well, it's interesting to see him occasionally lose focus after a long sequence. If Lancer can capitalize on these small lapses, he might actually claw his way back into this. Havoc manages to shut down that little rally and picks Lancer right off the ramp. The gap in the rankings is really becoming a factor. Havoc is just cruising now with a 10-6 lead. Lancer is really feeling the heat after that brutal loss earlier on, Orange. He handles the wine box beautifully to keep this streak moving toward a closeout. He's showing exactly why he's ranked 12th on the ladder. Lancer answers back here, managing to put a quick stop to the momentum. His recent 12-23 record today makes this a tough uphill climb. Lancer is finally starting to put up a real fight, and those quick reactions are turning this into a genuine contest. A blink and you miss it exchange, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Boom, that's the final blow, and he seals the deal in a decisive fashion. Another one for the record books. Lancer put up a fighting effort, but he just couldn't find a way to shake him. Welcome to the Dunes. Mist and Lancer face off now with the favorite looking to secure a strong victory today. Lancer really owns this rivalry with over 900 wins against Mist. It explains why he looks so comfortable right now, especially after taking their most recent encounter. This is a tough mental spot for the favorite to start in. Lancer pushes ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is finally starting to show his quality. Lancer is really capitalizing on the early pressure here, making it quite a steep hill for Mist to climb. Tough start for the higher rated man today. Lancer is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's really making his recent struggles a distant memory here. The momentum has shifted completely as Lancer puts up another big round. A surprising way to start for the lower rated player. A quick exchange here as Mist gets back on the board. It looks like he's finally starting to push back. He's showing some real grit, taking that fight in under a second to bring the gap to 2. Unbelievable. Lancer survives by a hair, barely walking away from that firefight with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer is really leaning on his 12-24 record today to stay aggressive. It's surprising how well he's controlling the pace despite such a difficult run of matches. He's really putting a lot of pressure on the higher rated man. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, it's a shocking start for Mist, who was expected to hold the edge here. He's simply outplayed the higher rated opponent in every sequence so far. Mist needs a complete restart here. Lancer is just relentless, extending that lead to 10. A bit of a nightmare for the 19th ranked player. Lancer is absolutely dominant, sitting comfortably at 10-4. Absolutely wild. He barely clings to life after a fierce exchange to keep his momentum going. Lancer just shuts down any hope of a comeback here. He's firmly in control of the map. He seems completely unbothered by that rank gap right now. He just needs one more to end it all. It is just a totally different game when he's this confident. What a finish. He survives that brutal exchange to seal the victory. He's just completely shut the door on any doubts here, proving he's still the man to beat in this rivalry. Welcome to the arena. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off today in a very close matchup. Havoc has held a strong 70% win rate in their head-to-head matchups over time. It's interesting that he's on the back foot right now after dropping a previous game to Mist today. It will be a test of nerves to see if the favorite can reclaim that edge. He just can't find an answer for that, taking a commanding early lead. The lower rated player is simply outclassing him right now. A clean response from the veteran, showing he's not going to just roll over. That was an incredibly crisp read to get things back on track. Havoc secures the kill from the Tetris, refusing to let the gap widen. The momentum is shifting back towards the favorite. Mist still holds a 2-round lead heading into 6. He has definitely played better in their other meetings today. Mist is really capitalizing on these quick exchanges, putting a huge amount of pressure on Havoc right now. He tracks him perfectly and picks him off the Tetris to stay in this. Just a split second of hesitation and it's over. Havoc has a massive lead in their overall rivalry, having won most of their matchups. It's just surprising to see that history ignored today as Mist keeps taking control. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Mist is towering over Havoc with a 7-4 lead. Mist seems to have a real strategy for shutting him down today. Mist holds a 7-5 edge going into the break. Well, the rankings completely suggested this would be a one-sided affair. It's shocking to see the underdog fighting from a position of strength like this. Let's see if Mist can hold it. Two players fighting for the same high ground, and Mist manages to come out on top. The distance between them on the ladder is barely noticeable today. Takes the lead from Heaven, showing real grit as he chips away at the deficit. He's fighting to erase that early deficit. He's digging in deep, surviving an intense exchange to keep his rally alive. Absolute composure from the veteran to keep the gap small. Havoc just evens things up at 8-8, catching his opponent from the Tetris to keep this roll going. He's completely flipped the script on this one. A quick response there, quickly shutting down that momentum shift. He's proving that those earlier games weren't a fluke. He barely scrapes through a brutal exchange, finally bringing this series back to a deadlock. A complete reset for both players as we head into the 20th. Absolute dominance in that exchange, and he's now just one round away from a tie. Tied up at 10-all, total deadlock for both. Total toss-up now, despite his higher standing on the ladder. Unreal. Mist clings to life with a tiny sliver of health, holding his ground on the box to take the round. Truly an incredible escape for him to secure the lead. He's completely in control now, taking that round from the box to put himself one away from victory. And that's the match. He closes it out with an incredible burst of speed to take the victory. He's really shaken his opponent's confidence today, putting that massive historical head-to-head record to the side. What a performance, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off today, with Havoc stepping in as the heavy favorite. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 544 wins. It's interesting because Lancer actually has a slightly better track record on this specific map. We'll see if that historical edge is enough to tilt the momentum back in his direction. Havoc keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is fighting back despite being the heavy underdog. Lancer is really starting to build some momentum here, evening this up perfectly. It's a completely different story from their last match on Fastang. Lancer is just untouchable right now, taking full control with a third consecutive round. Simply unbelievable. He catches him from the wine to push the lead to 4-2. Lancer is simply on a tear, securing another clean kill to extend his lead. Lancer is completely disregarding the ranking gap here. Havoc finally breaks that streak, showing some real grit to close the gap. He needs to start finding these openings more often. He's refusing to go away, taking another round and quickly narrowing the gap. What a surge. He's completely flipped the script to bring this game back to a dead heat. Absolute insanity. He just clears that wine position to keep this hot streak alive. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is controlling the pace exactly as he should. Both players have traded huge runs, but Havoc's high ranking is starting to show. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer hangs in there, trailing by just 1 now. He's fighting an uphill battle against a top-tier competitor. He is completely in control now, simply outdueling his opponent to put a 2-round cushion between them. He's staying sharp, securing another flawless kill to build his lead. He's on a roll now, completing a swift turnaround to push the advantage to 10-6. Lancer finds his mark from the wine to hold that momentum. He's showing some serious resilience after that rough outing against Mist. He keeps the pressure high, clawing back another round to stay in the fight. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did this morning. Unbelievable. He just keeps roaring, picking up his 3rd straight victory to keep this charge going. Havoc survives an aggressive exchange to snap that streak and get within 2 of the finish line. Lancer manages to hold his ground here, proving he can weather the storm. Havoc is putting on a clinic, picking Lancer off the wine to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer is refusing to break, shotting that window wide open with a lightning fast snapshot. Incredible. Lancer forces the tie and we are headed straight into overtime. Stunningly clean display of skill as Havoc recovers his footing and grabs the lead in this overtime clash. That's the kind of poise you expect from a top-ranked veteran. A brutal back-and-forth exchange, but Lancer survives this scrap to lock things up at 13-all. Neither man is giving an inch in this deadlock. A perfect shot to regain the lead. Havoc is showing incredible steel to stay in this overtime battle. He survives a frantic shootout to put himself just a single point from victory. A tough spot for a player currently sitting outside the top 25. What a finish. Havoc wipes the floor with his opponent to complete this incredible comeback and secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in this one, but the experience eventually won out in the clutch. He'll be gutted to let that one slip. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Lancer facing off on orange today to see who takes the win. Lancer has a lead over Mist in their head-to-head history. But the momentum has shifted since their last outing together. Mist is coming in with much stronger form over the last day, and that confidence seems to be paying off early on. Mist is really starting to pull ahead here. It's good to see him bouncing back after that tough loss earlier today. Lancer is really having a tough time getting his feet under him early in this one. The gap in their rankings is starting to show. He's just on fire right now, securing yet another one for himself. Lancer's struggle today is really starting to peak, considering that 12-24 record. Absolute control right now as he secures another one, keeping the pressure high. The lower seeded player is just completely outclassed here. He's simply not letting up, securing his 5th straight win to lead 6-1. The rating difference is certainly playing a role today. Lancer manages to trade a shot and shut things down, finally getting around on the board. Lancer really knows how to play his opponent. Mist has stayed above 50% throughout his last 10 outings. It's just a shame he's currently giving up that ground. Lancer is fighting back hard to prove his historical edge is still relevant. He's completely taken over the map now, securing his 3rd consecutive victory. What a scramble. There was a complete slugfest, but Mist barely scrapes through with his life. A very steady 13-10 showing for him so far today. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And he's doing exactly what we hope to see. I mean, his superior rank is showing in his movements, but Lancer still has some fight left in him. Let's see if Lancer wakes up. Mist extends the lead to 8-5 with that clutch win. He's fighting to close that gap in the ratings. Unbelievable, he survives by the skin of his teeth after that chaotic exchange. He is definitely putting that previous loss to Lancer behind him. Mist is just dominating, cruising to a 10-5 lead. He's really capitalizing on a poor recent run of form from his opponent. He's completely in control, walking away from another effortless encounter to reach 11. Really asserting himself as the top half pick here. A quick reaction there to stop the slide and secure another win. A clean finish there, putting him just one round away from the victory. Lancer's back is completely against the wall now. And there it is, a perfect finish to seal the deal for Mist. He really makes a statement here, proving that those head-to-head numbers from the past don't mean a thing today. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Havoc and Mist. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground. Havoc owns this rivalry with an impressive 70% win rate across their history. It's clear he's the psychological favorite here, but Mist has already proven he can win this specific matchup recently. He'll need a strong response now. Wow, what a scramble! Mist scrapes through with a win, dragging himself off the ramp with a tiny bit of health left. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Havoc somehow walks away alive to tie things up. Despite that recent loss to him, the 12th seed looks sharp. Mist keeps the momentum, leading 3-2. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. And we're locked back up at 3 apiece. The number 12 seed is quickly recovering from his previous loss. Havoc is starting to pull away here, taking a decent lead as the rounds get shorter and shorter. Absolutely untouchable right now. Just another clean sweep for the man in control. He's looking for a second straight victory today. Mist reacts quickly to clear him off the ramp. He's definitely feeling a surge after that 13-10 win in their last trip. Mist is really controlling the pace right now, raining down fire from the boxes to extend his lead. The 19-ranked challenger is putting on a real clinic right now. A blistering exchange, but he comes out on top to push his lead to 6-5. The lower seed is putting on a huge performance. We're headed into the break with a 6-all stalemate. Well, it's a tight set, but everything is going according to plan for the favorite. Both players are trading blows and neither one is backing down. Fresh start for both of them. Mist has officially seized a one-round advantage. High pressure situation for the man who currently holds the lead. Havoc reads him perfectly, just shutting down that ramp angle to pull back even. Expectations are firmly in place with that response. Mist is barely holding on to this slim 8-7 lead. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. Havoc uses that ramp position to put the pressure back on, and now we're completely deadlocked. Havoc claws back ahead for a narrow 9-8 lead. Total stalemate now. Mist just won that fight on the ramp to put these two right back on even footing. Both players are just hammering away at their target today. Mist edges ahead, holding a tenuous 10-9 lead. He's definitely capitalizing on his recent success against this opponent. What a fight. He barely clings to life after that brutal exchange from the ramp to even it up. The overall matchup history is leaning heavily in his favor. Mist is putting the pressure on now, really making things difficult for the higher seed here. It's a very different story for him today. Devastating shot that catches Havoc off the ramp, and now Mist is sitting on match point. He's completely shut down any hope of a comeback. And that's it. Mist secures the final kill to close out the series. He's really shaking off those ghosts and proves that the rankings don't tell the whole story today. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Dunes map. Let's see if Lancer can pull off an upset against the favorite, Havoc. What a scramble. He clings to life with just a sliver of health to take the first round. The favorite starting strong here. Havoc holds a massive 545 to 214 head-to-head lead over his opponent. This mental edge is really showing as he controls the pace early on. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to break that cycle. Lancer is really struggling, trailing 3-1 now. He really seems to have a read on his opponent. Lancer is barely getting a chance to react, he's just not seeing these shots coming. He's not going down easily, getting back into the match and cutting that lead down to 2. Havoc just extends his lead back to 5-2. A rough day overall for Lancer with only 10 wins in the last 24 hours. A quick response here as he shuts things down and keeps this comeback effort alive. He's fighting hard to bridge that gap in skill. Havoc has spent a lot of time performing at a higher level lately, sitting comfortably in the top quartile of our rating. That class difference is becoming obvious as he manages to shrug off Lancer's attempts to steal momentum. The challenge now is whether Lancer can find a consistent answer to this pressure. A perfect shot to keep the pressure high as he enters the half, trailing by only 1. Lancer is really locking in just before the break. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's firmly in control as expected. Lancer is keeping the score close, but he'll need to play perfectly in the second half to turn this around. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Havoc just widens the gap to 3 rounds. The higher seed is simply refusing to let him settle in. We're pausing the action on Dunes for a quick moment, but stay tuned for more Havoc and Lancer. Alright folks, we are back in the action with Havoc leading Lancer 8-5. Havoc is dominating now, sitting 4 rounds ahead. The gap in experience between the two is becoming apparent. Unbelievable. He was nearly gone, but manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. He's truly living on the edge today. Lancer holds his ground and manages to secure another round. Lancer is quickly erasing that lead, pulling off a clean play to take the favorite down from the box. What a response. He's completely taken over the map with 3 straight wins. The momentum has completely shifted in this server. Havoc answers back immediately to hold that run. Lancer has definitely faced some steep challenges throughout his last few series. He just keeps the door shut when it counts. Lancer really put up a fight, but that's another win in the book for Havoc. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Havoc owns the head-to-head record with a 70% win rate over Mist, but he struggled to maintain that dominance in their most recent clashes. It will be interesting to see if the historical edge finally kicks in for him today. Havoc manages to secure the ramp and brings the score right back to a tie. Mist really wants to shake off those early shakes after a tough day. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we hit round 4. The ladder favorite starting to assert himself now. He's on fire now, taking full control as the lead swings back in his favor. A huge shift from the pre-match expectations. A patient exchange that ends with a clean victory to keep things even. A tight contest so far for the number 19 ranked player. Mist is putting a huge amount of pressure on Havoc right now, especially after that quick win on the planks. He's certainly feeling confident after that recent victory on the red line. Havoc is quicker on the draw, this time shutting down Mist's advantage on the ramp. His higher rating isn't allowing the game to slip away. Welcome to the stream. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off on orange, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Havoc holds a commanding 546-214 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap that shows why he entered this match as the favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can use this early round to shake that long-term confidence. Lancer is putting up a fight, leading it 2-1. Lancer is definitely looking to avenge that recent defeat on Dunes. What a frantic exchange. He barely survived that collision to take a commanding 3-1 lead. He's certainly defying his number 29 spot on the ladder right now. Havoc is fighting for his life, down 3-2. He's certainly looking sharp after that 21-14 run over the last day. Lancer is just dominating right now, sitting at 4-2. Lancer is playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. Lancer is really defying the odds here, holding a 5-2 lead. So yeah, it's a complete reversal from the usual dynamic we see between these two. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure through the first half. Finally, a response from Havoc to trim the deficit. He is definitely the more experienced player on this specific layout. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another round to tighten this gap. Lancer definitely isn't making this a quick blowout. Another fast one for Havoc, who is absolutely steamrolling through this comeback attempt. Lancer takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is pointing toward the higher seed winning this, but Lancer is simply outplaying him right now. We'll see if the momentum stays with the underdog. Fresh start for both players. Lancer still holds the edge at 8-5. Lancer is really making the most of this run. Another clean finish for the veteran, who continues to climb back into this game. Lancer is still comfortably in control at 9-6. Lancer is really pushing a different narrative today. What a slugfest. He barely escapes with his life, hanging on by a thread to keep this comeback rolling. That was an incredibly tight trade for a huge result. Lancer is still holding a strong 10-7 lead. His focus is remarkably steady for someone coming off a tough day. Havoc handles the business from the ramp and keeps his hopes alive. It's starting to feel like a much tighter contest than expected. A brutal shootout where both players traded blows, but the momentum is shifting in the veteran's favor. He's really starting to look like the top seed we expected. Lancer is refusing to let that narrow lead slip away and keeps finding a way to close these rounds out fast. He is really putting those rankings to the test. He just doesn't let up. Cutting into that lead with a lightning fast shot. Lancer is fighting to keep the upper hand here. Lancer puts an immediate stop to the momentum with a crisp shot to reach match point. Flawless shot puts the pressure back on, and he refuses to let this game slide. Lancer is desperately trying to hold on to this slim advantage. Incredible. He refuses to back down, forcing this series into a dead heat. Absolutely nails the clutch factor as we head into the finale. Huge moment here with Lancer effectively seizing the initiative right when the pressure is at its peak. A clean response right when he needed it most. Lancer is really putting on a clinic here, refusing to let Havoc get any breathing room. That's a very efficient way to shut down his comeback. Absolute authority from Lancer, who just stepped up to put the championship effectively in his hands. Unreal, he survives a chaotic exchange to seal the deal and secure the victory. And just like that, he clears the hurdle and manages to shake off the ghost of those previous encounters. This is a massive statement for Lancer. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Lancer facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Lancer currently holds a clear edge in their head-to-head history, and we can see that confidence bleeding into this early stage of the match. It's going to be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to neutralize that psychological advantage. Mist is really starting to pull ahead here. He's playing with a lot more confidence after that strong 13-10 win earlier. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely taken over this match. He's definitely living up to that favorite status right now. Lancer responds quickly from the ramp to trim the lead to 3-2. Both players are fighting for ground with nearly identical map percentages. Mist is really starting to tighten the screws on this one. His higher ranking is starting to reflect in these exchanges. Lancer is staying aggressive, shutting down Mist just as he tried to take that ramp control. We're all squared up at 4 apiece now. It's a tough look for the higher rated player right now. Lancer secures a clean kill from the ramp, taking full control of the momentum. He's fighting for his life after a rough run of matches today. Mist secures a kill from the ramp to even the score. A very clean response from the 20th ranked player right now. Lancer narrowly holds the lead at 6-5. The underdogs in this matchup are proving tough to shake. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly this is exactly the dead heat we expected to see. These two are trading blow for blow though. Lancer looks a bit more comfortable right now. Let's see who settles in first. Lancer is really putting on a display here, moving to an 8-5 lead. He's managed to turn around a really difficult day where he struggled across the board. It'll be a massive mental hurdle for Mist to claw back into this match. A precise exchange on the ramp as Mist answers back, refusing to let the gap widen. He's showing why he entered this series as the favorite. He's putting up a real fight now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaken. Lancer still holds a narrow 2-round cushion. Coming into this, he was the one fighting an uphill battle. Another strong showing as he pulls Lancer right off the ramp. Lancer is having to fight much harder than he did in his 13-7 win against Zephyr. What a response. We are completely locked in with a tie game. A truly grueling set for both these players to navigate. Lancer edges ahead by 1 in a total nail-biter. He's fighting a tough climb after going 12-24 today. Lancer has shifted the momentum back in his favor, and it's starting to feel like a real slide for Mist. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange to move just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is simply too much for the former frontrunner right now. What a finish! Lancer closes the door on this series with a perfect final kill. He just completely flipped the script and found another way to get the job done. Mist really played the favorite role well for a while, but he couldn't close the deal. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Havoc has the clear historical advantage here, winning 70% of their previous head-to-head matchups. It's a bit surprising to see the higher-rated player starting off on the back foot in this series. I wonder if Mist can use this momentum to flip the script today. Unbelievable. He clawed back from a critical disadvantage to barely survive that trade. Absolute control from the man in the lead, taking another round with a nearly perfect sequence. He barely survived that trade, but he's now taken 4 in a row. Mist is really feeling the pressure of those recent losses right now. A huge shot there to hold that run, showing some serious grit to climb back into this. He's showing some serious fight, tightening the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite right now. Havoc secures the advantage from the ramp, taking a 2-round lead. He's looking very steady right now compared to his last outing against Lancer. A flawless encounter, leaving his opponent in the dust while narrowing the gap. Havoc has been incredibly consistent today, pushing his daily record to 21-14. He's effectively using that confidence to build a lead over a rival who's been struggling. The real question now is whether Mist can find a way to flip this momentum before it's too late. Havoc heads into the breakup, 7-5. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the ranking suggested. He looks comfortable in the lead and is well positioned to close this out quickly. Fresh start for both of them. Perfectly played round to keep the pressure high and keep his hopes alive. He's definitely proving that the pre-match odds weren't the full story. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-6. His ranking among the top 12 really shows in his composure. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to pull ahead again. The gap in those ratings is starting to feel real here. A huge effort from Mist to secure that one from the ramp and keep this fight alive. He can't let this slip now if he wants to force the issue. He's refusing to back down, putting together a strong pair of rounds to stay in this. That's a really clean pair of responses to pull back the lead. Goodness, he nearly let it slip. That was a brutal firefight, but he scrapes by with just a few health points left. What a gritty performance. He manages to outlast the exchange to keep the deficit at just 1. Havoc just needed a clean angle from the ramp to regain his footing here. That rank 12 spot is definitely starting to show its weight. Mist is staying tough, picking Havoc right off the ramp to keep this game alive. He's really fighting to keep this series from slipping away. A complete shutout to tie this up. The momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. Total deadlock now with everything on the line. Absolutely stunning. Mist takes full control of the map and puts himself on the verge of victory. What a finish. He shuts the door on this series and storms his way to victory. He's finally broken through that mental block against one of the toughest opponents in the league. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. Havoc is the heavy favorite here, but Lancer is looking to keep their winning streak alive. Havoc leads their head-to-head record, 546 to 215 over the course of 700 matches. So yeah, the gap between them is historically huge. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can rely on that recent win against Havoc to shake things up tonight. Havoc takes a commanding 2-1 grip on this series. Lancer is certainly riding a wave of confidence right now. Lancer is fighting hard, but Havoc is just starting to pull ahead in this one. Expectations are being met so far. Havoc is just too sharp right now, cleaning up Lancer from the wine crates. He's really making the most of that rank 12 status. Lancer is refusing to go away, securing a clean pick from the wine. He definitely had the superior read in that exchange. Lancer isn't backing down, quickly shutting that door to tighten the gap to 4-3. Havoc has been an absolute force with a 21-15 record in the last day. It's clear that high level of activity is translating into a very fast start here. The real question is if Lancer can use his slight map advantage to claw back into the series. Havoc is really stretching that lead out to 6-4. The gap on the ladder is starting to feel real here. Lancer shows some real grit here, putting up a fight to keep things close before the break. That was a much tighter exchange than the last one. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, everything here is lining up with the pre-game predictions. He's definitely proving why he's the higher ranked player in this duel. Sides swap, let's get back in. Havoc keeps rolling, pushing the lead to 8-5. Lancer's high energy from his recent run is starting to fade. Lancer just punches right through him on the wine, showing some serious fight here. Lancer is definitely finding a way to punish the aggressive pushes. What a frantic fight. Both players were staring down their deaths, but he somehow scrapes through with just a sliver of health. Havoc is just dominating, cruising into a 10-6 lead. Lancer secures another one to bring it to 10-7. Havoc claims another one from the wine, and he's looking very comfortable with this lead. A really clean look from the higher seeded player to reclaim control. A complete shutdown of that momentum, leaving Havoc just one step away from victory. Tough break for Lancer, just as he seemed to be gaining ground. A solid response from Lancer to keep the fight going. The gap in skill is definitely showing throughout this series. Lancer continues his push, refusing to let his opponent close this out easily. It's impressive to see how well he's adapting to this rhythm. Lancer completely takes over the map, snatching the victory right from under Havoc on the wine. A complete shift in energy right here. Unbelievable. He claws his way out of that fight with almost nothing left to stay in the game. The pressure is really mounting on the front runner now. What a finish. Havoc shuts it down from the Tetris to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the brink with that huge run, but he just couldn't find the final gear. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Lancer are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer has historically come out on top in 52% of their lifetime clashes, but is struggling with a difficult 13-23 run over the last day. He'll need to find some consistency quickly if he wants to flip the script on this series. Mist is really starting to pull away here. Lancer is fighting from the bottom half of the ladder right now. Mist is reacting incredibly fast right now, catching Lancer before he could even settle in on the ramp. Lancer manages to shut that down, cleaning him up right off the ramp to keep this series tight. Siding with the underdog here as he's handled himself well in their head-to-head. Mist holds a solid lead with a 4-2 advantage. Mist is clearly capitalizing on his higher rating in this series. And while he's generally favored on our ladder, he really needs to maintain this pressure to overcome Lancer's career lead. It's a high-stakes spot to see if he can close this out. Lancer shuts him down with a quick burst, taking the fight to the ramp. That's exactly the kind of fight we've seen in their history together. Mist is really putting on a clinic here, making quick work of Lancer while he was trying to hold the ramp. That rating gap between them is starting to show. Lancer is truly drowning now, trailing 8-3. He's really taking control of a series he's historically trailed. Mist goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, he's completely rewritten the script given that Lancer owns the overall head-to-head. Lancer just looks lost right now. Lancer needs a total reset. Mist just can't be shaken, continuing his surge and catching Lancer right as he stepped onto the ramp. A total flip from their last meeting on red line. Lancer manages to secure a quick victory, taking Mist down from the ramp to keep himself in the fight. Mist is really in control of the pace here, putting immense pressure on Lancer to find a way back. He's really making a statement this time around. He just completely shut him down, putting his opponent on the ropes. His performance here mirrors the crushing 13-5 victory he had against Volt. Unreal. He just walks right through the finish line to secure the victory. He was just too sharp today, putting together an incredible performance and finally making up for that loss on the red line. Welcome to Dunes. Havoc and Mist are ready to go, with Havoc stepping in as the favorite today. Havoc has a massive advantage in their history, having won about 70% of their meetings. That weight of experience usually gives him the mental edge over Mist, although Mist is the one who took their most recent duel. He's simply not missing a shot, putting 3 straight behind him to take a commanding lead. He just keeps pulling ahead, using that box to secure another clean win. Things are looking vastly different than that match on Mappas. Mist fires back quickly to get around on the board. His last few match results show he can definitely hang with the top 12. He's staying composed under pressure and has now secured 2 straight to cut into that lead. It's becoming a real battle of nerves for the favorite. Another rapid flick from Mist, closing the gap to just 1 round. The underdog is really stepping up to the plate. Havoc answers back immediately to regain a 2-round cushion. The rank 12 player is starting to assert some control. Havoc just wasn't letting him stay up there, quickly cleaning him off that box to expand the lead. Mist just refuses to go away, catching Havoc right off the box to keep his comeback alive. Mist shuts him down on the box to keep this rally going. Total flip of the script in just a few minutes. We got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Everything is lining up with what we expected to see despite a few swings in momentum. Neither player is blinking first here. Fresh start for both of them. Havoc manages to break the tie and takes the lead. A tough spot for someone who had that dominant run earlier today. Unbelievable grit from Mist, tracking the target down and clearing him off the box to bring this match level. What an absolute scrap. He barely scraped through that one with a tiny sliver of health left. Both of these players are putting up a lot of games today. Mist manages to clear Havoc off the box, bringing the series all the way back to a tie. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked player right now. Mist is showing serious resilience, securing another round with a perfectly clean shot. It's a complete reversal of the early game. He's simply untouchable from the box, taking control of the map with 3 straight wins. Unbelievable, he barely survives that shootout, walking away with a tiny fraction of health left. Total chaos in that exchange, yet he finds a way to survive. Havoc is really starting to put the heat on him now, knocking Mist off that platform to reclaim the tie. Full approach here, but Mist ultimately finds the mark to keep his lead intact. The momentum is shifting, which we've seen happen in their past clashes. We've got a total stalemate, neither of these two will give an inch as we head into the final stretch. It's an incredibly tight race for these two. He barely clutched that one, surviving with a single health point to reach match point. Absolutely heart-stopping to see him survive with that much damage. And that's it. Havoc finishes strong to close out the series in spectacular fashion. He really had to dig deep to close that out, especially with those few close calls. Mist just wouldn't let him have it easy. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Havoc and Lancer are heading to red line to see who comes out on top today. Lancer makes an early statement by using that ramp for a nice height advantage to take the opening round. A strong start for the underdog in this pairing. Havoc has practically owned this rivalry with a 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the more seasoned combatant here. The big question now is if Lancer can shake off that long-term disadvantage to keep things close. We've got a total deadlock as Havoc and Lancer tie it up. He's certainly not playing like the lower-rated man right now. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, turning this into a tight contest early on. Lancer is certainly fighting hard despite having a rough day overall. He seals the fight from the ramp, securing 3 straight rounds for himself. It's a tough spot for Lancer, who's struggling with a 13-23 record today. Unbelievable! He manages to drag himself through that chaos to take Lancer off the ramp by a sliver of health. That was a desperate fight for the lead. Lancer is really keeping his foot on the gas here, extending that gap to 2. He's really making this look like a mismatch in the other direction. Havoc is playing fast today, catching Lancer right as he tried to set up on the ramp. Just another close fight in their history together. Havoc has stayed strong in the league recently with a 22-14 record over the last day. He usually finds a way to adapt when the pressure mounts. We will see if those habits can kick in to turn this score around. Lancer's comfortably ahead with a 3-round lead. The gap on the ladder isn't showing up at all right now. Lancer takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. We are seeing a complete reversal of the expected script here. The number 29 ranked player is simply outclassing the favorite in this first half. Fresh starts for both players now. Havoc manages to hold that high ground for a quick win, cutting into Lancer's lead. A quick reminder that he's currently ranked inside the top 12. He makes it look easy, deleting his opponent from those boxes to keep the comeback alive. Couple of fast ones for the favorite to keep this within reach. Lancer answers right back, quickly cleaning him out from the ramp to regain control. The underdog is refusing to let this slip away. Lancer is putting a stranglehold on this, leading 10-6. Lancer is playing like a man possessed right now. Havoc claws back one more to bring it to 7-10. His recent success against Lancer was quite narrow in that Italy clash. It's a clash of titans on the high ground, and Lancer came out on top in that exchange. He's definitely making his presence felt today. These last few rounds have been incredibly quick, almost like they're playing on overdrive now. That was a lightning fast exchange to keep the deficit in check. Havoc holds his ground from the ramp to keep this surge going. He is really starting to close the gap now. What a play. Lancer secures that effortless kill from the ramp to put himself on match point. Just a slice of a second and he's completely in control. What a finish. Lancer closes the door on the map with an absolute blast. Huge result for the underdog here. Finally breaking that long losing streak against a top tier opponent. Welcome to the stream. We've got Mist and Lancer stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Lancer holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's just that the tide has shifted recently with Mist taking their last few encounters. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can reclaim that historical dominance today. Mist is really putting the pressure on Lancer right now. Lancer is showing some grit after that rough 4-13 loss earlier today. Lancer is really starting to stack up the momentum here, completely flipping the script after those first 2 rounds. Mist holds the edge at 3-2 as we reset. A strong showing from the 20th ranked player so far. Mist is comfortably in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this pairing. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of health to secure another round. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that early disaster of fast aim. Absolute chaos in this one, and Lancer manages to clutch out the victory with almost nothing left in the tank. A real nail-biter. Both of them are just barely surviving these. The resilience is showing as Lancer holds his ground, continuing the push back into this match. That was a much cleaner exchange for the challenger. Lancer has struggled against the league's top players today with a 14-22 record. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle to maintain consistency in this set. It remains to be seen if he can pull back the momentum. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really asserting his authority early on. It's an expected start for the higher ranked player. But Lancer still has a fighting chance to close the gap. Let's see if Lancer awakens. Mist is practically cruising now, extending it to 9-4. He's looking quite comfortable in the 120 spot on our ladder right now. Lancer claws one back, but Mist still leads 9-5. He's definitely fighting to get back to that lifetime lead in their history. Lancer is making a real push here, having won 2 in a row to keep this competitive. Lancer is certainly putting his lifelong advantage in this rivalry to use. That's 3 in a row for him, continuing this impressive rally to bring the score within 2. The gap is closing fast as we head toward the final stretch. What a performance! He just keeps stacking these up with a perfectly timed burst. A complete shift in control as the pressure mounts on Mist. Mist puts a halt to that run, picking up a fast kill from the ramp. Lancer looks completely unfazed, walking away with his full health intact. The momentum has shifted completely since that halftime lead. He just can't be stopped, leveling the score at 10-10. It's a complete deadlock going into the final stretch. Both of these guys are just trading blows now, refusing to let the other run away with it. He is certainly proving why he's higher in our rating today. Goodness, that was a brutal scramble, but he claws out a victory with almost nothing left. That's a massive way to reclaim the momentum. Lancer is refusing to let the series slip, showing incredible heart to keep himself in the game. Absolute ice in his veins to force the deadlock. We are headed to overtime. Lancer stays out of control, extending his streak to 3 rounds and stealing a narrow lead in overtime. Really putting the odds to the test in this final push. He just completely dismantles the opposition from the ramp to extend the lead. Pure efficiency from the underdog during this run. He's simply on fire right now, taking the lead and putting himself in a position to close this out. Mist just shuts him down completely to keep this dream alive. Tight exchange, but he manages to keep things tense. He's showing why he entered this match with the edge. What a response. He's just completely untouched in this engagement. Staying alive and lethal. That was a clean way to put a dent in the lead. He's completely locked in now, securing another effortless round to put himself just one away from victory. Lancer is just one step from glory at 16-15. Total parity now as Mist forces a 16-16 tie. Lancer edges ahead by 1, sitting at 17-16. The lower seeded player is really refusing to fold in this overtime. Lancer is just dominating now, pushing ahead to 18-16. He's just playing completely fearless right. Mist narrows the gap to 18-17 with that win. A huge mental test for both sides in this overtime battle. Lancer is extending the gap to 2. He really fought back to earn his place in that history book. Lancer had to dig deep in overtime to finally secure the series. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. We have Havoc and Mist facing off to see who can claim the win today. Havoc holds a commanding 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap that makes this early lead for Mist a real surprise. We have to see if the favorite can recover his footing. Havoc pushes ahead, taking a narrow lead over Mist. The top 12 ranking is starting to Neither player is letting the other breathe, trading rounds back and forth in a real stalemate. Expectations are out the window with how close this is. Havoc just edges ahead, clinging to a slim one-round lead. He's already bouncing back from a tough set against Lancer. Havoc is really pulling away now with a 4-2 grip. Mist is staying resilient, making sure Havoc can build any significant momentum here. Mist claws back to even it up at 4 apiece. The odds are practically irrelevant when a match is this tight. He is just on fire right now, taking full control of the match with a third straight victory. He's simply unstoppable, walking away from this round without losing a single point of health. A tidy exchange there as Havoc claims another for himself. The number 12 seed is fighting back to keep things competitive. We go into the break at 6-6. I mean, it's essentially a toss-up right now. Despite that 4-game streak from Mist, Havoc is managing to keep pace and hold his ground as the favorite. Fresh starts for both here. Havoc takes the lead with a strong 7th round. That was an incredibly fast reaction for a clean sweep. Mist answers back, bringing us deadlocked at 7 apiece. We're seeing a real battle for control between these two. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Both of them are reacting in a split second. His superior rating is definitely starting to pull him through. Total deadlock at 8 apiece. Neither side will budge. The underdog is making this look like a total toss-up. Havoc puts the pressure on with a 9-8 lead. It's a tough afternoon for the number 20 seed. What a chaotic scramble. He just barely scraped through that exchange with his life. Havoc secures a 10-9 cushion. He's putting up a brave fight against the odds here. Mist forces a tie at 10-all. That second string rating hasn't stopped him from keeping this close. Havoc is refusing to let Mist string together any momentum right now. A tight finish for him, similar to that duel on Dunes. A fast, flawless kill that puts Havoc just a single round away from victory. A very composed run from the higher. Huge response from Mist, keeping his hopes alive after that effortless shutdown. The resilience from the underdog is truly impressive here. A grueling fight that ends in a deadlock. We are heading to overtime. Neither side has been able to outclass the other throughout the series. Absolutely ruthless. Mist keeps the charge going, taking this one without breaking a sweat. He's proving his worth in this series today. Unbelievable. A grueling brawl that left them both shaking, but he manages to keep the streak alive. He's just completely dismantled everything we expected today. He barely makes it through that exchange, clutching a win by the skin of his teeth. Havoc is stepping back up to a critical vantage point in this series. The gap in the rankings is barely noticeable given how this is playing out. Mist claims this engagement, putting him just a single blow away from victory. An incredible level of grit from the lower seed tonight. What an insane trade. Both players were nearly depleted, but Havoc manages to secure the tie. That really brings everything back to center. Havoc recovers and holds a tiny 16-15 advantage. Mist forces another tie, making it a flat 16-all. Havoc regains the upper hand, moving one ahead. He's really fighting to keep his head above water now. Havoc is distancing himself now with an 18-16 grip. The skill gap is starting to widen as the match deepens. Mist just narrowed the gap to 18-17. He is staying dangerous throughout this entire series. Total parity again as they hit 18-0. It is practically a toss-up as we move deeper into this battle. Havoc breaks the deadlock to lead 19-18. Havoc extends his lead to a 2-round advantage. His current 21 win total for the day is looking solid. Havoc stays out in front with a 2019 lead. He's really playing a different game compared to his recent matches. Unbelievable. Mist hammers it back to a 20-20 draw. He's really refusing to let his history with the top 12 seed haunt him. Havoc takes the lead again, putting him at 21. We're seeing a total clash of styles this series. Havoc extends the lead back to 2. He really dug deep to close that out in overtime. Mist just barely missed out on the upset after an incredible effort. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Havoc taking on Lancer in a battle to see who comes out on top. Havoc has a massive historical advantage here, winning 72% of their previous head-to-heads. And given the rating gap between them, the favorite should be comfortably in control. Let's see if Lancer can actually push back. Lancer puts an end to that quick start, taking a clean shot at Havoc from the Tetris. A surprising shift from the usual outcome for these two. We've got a complete deadlock now, tied at 2 apiece. It's becoming a real struggle for the higher rated player here. Lancer just shuts him down from the Tetris, taking complete control of the map. He's really putting those high expectations to the test right now. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, extending his streak to 4 consecutive rounds. Lancer has clearly found a way to crack that defense. Absolutely ruthless. He is just outclassing his opponent right now. He looks like he's playing far above his ranking right now. He just wipes the floor with him, picking his opponent off the ramp to secure 6 straight. Havoc finally finds his mark, snapping that long run of losses. He's looking for a return to his usual dominance here. Lancer is really making a name for himself today, having already taken a series from Havoc on a different map just a couple of hours ago. Well, he's proving that those historical stats are irrelevant in the current moment. Now it's just a matter of if he can actually close this out. Lancer goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is a total shock given the rating gap. He is playing a nearly perfect game and has left the favorite struggling to keep up. Time for a hard reset. Havoc claims the high ground this time, putting himself back in the game. He's fighting to keep his high ranking from being a total liability today. Havoc is really picking up speed now, finding his footing with that play from the Tetris. Lancer has no problem shutting him down from the Tetris, making it a 5-round lead. Havoc secures another one from the Tetris, keeping Lancer from pulling even further away. He's putting in a much better shift than that last encounter. The distance between these two is growing, and Lancer is looking completely comfortable with this lead. Lancer had it wrapped up for a while, but he's finally letting Havoc back into this match. His 12th rank is finally starting to show. Havoc is refusing to let this match slip away, putting together a really strong push here. He just secures another one from the Tetris, continuing this impressive surge. The pressure is really mounting on Lancer right now. He's just on fire right now, continuing this incredible run to narrow the gap. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script on this map, evening things up at 11. The momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. He is simply refusing to let go, putting himself one step away from the victory. A total reversal from where we started the second half. What a finish to the regulation set. Lancer answers back immediately to force this whole affair into overtime. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to scrape through the damage with just 9 HP left. He is walking a razor's edge right now. He's simply too strong right now, extending his lead to 2 rounds in the extra period. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against the ladder's elite. He's just too quick on the trigger, taking complete control of the server. This is exactly the kind of clinical performance the top seed should deliver. Unbelievable. He has completely overtaken the server to seal the deal. He really dug deep to claw his way back into that one. Lancer deserved a lot of credit for making it this far. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Lancer going head to head today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a slight lifetime edge in their head-to-head rivalry, having won a majority of their meetings. That's why seeing Mist take an early lead feels a bit unusual. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can rely on that historical confidence to pull back into this one. Mist is really starting to flex on Lancer here. Lancer is really starting to find his footing, utilizing that elevation on the wine to take control of the pace. Mist is looking very sharp right now, picking Lancer right off that wine position. He's showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Mist keeps the pressure high with a commanding 4-2 lead. Lancer answers back, cutting the deficit to 4-3. He really needs to secure some wins after that rough patch today. Mist has a high win rate of 51% on this specific map. Well, that stability is really helping him keep things comfortable right now. It's a stark contrast to his overall form today, where things have been a bit rocky. We'll see if he can maintain this poise. He's simply on another level right now, securing another point to push the gap. Lancer gets the better of him here, securing another point. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, he's proving the odds makers right so far by keeping this close. He's managed to withstand the pressure and hold a narrow advantage heading into the second half. Let's see how the switch feels. Mist stretches the lead to 8-5 after that one. Lancer has definitely been fighting a tough battle throughout his day. Lancer stays composed and walks away unscathed, continuing his charge back into the game. He's really trying to prove that the pre-match odds were wrong. He's digging in deep now, surviving a fierce exchange to keep this comeback rolling. The lead is slipping away rapidly for Mist. Mist barely holds on to a 2-round cushion now. He is definitely shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier. He wipes the floor with him from the wine, refusing to let this match slip. Tight exchange, but the timing was just a bit cleaner there. Lancer is completely relentless, knocking him off the wine to even this series up at 9-9. Absolute chaos now, with neither player holding a distinct edge. Complete shutdown. He's just taking over this game right now. The momentum has completely flipped for the underdog. Unbelievable. He nearly goes down, but manages to scrape through that exchange to tie things up. Lancer is simply not backing down, taking this one completely untouched to move ahead. He's completely ignored the pressure in these closing moments. And he's just one more away from ending it. After that sharp exchange, the momentum has shifted entirely toward the underdog. What a way to finish it. Lancer closes the door on the series with a massive victory. He really dug in his heels to pull that off. He just didn't let that early pressure get in his head. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we are on fast aim for a duel between Havoc and Mist. Havoc enters as the favorite here. Havoc takes the early lead, capitalizing on that window position right out of the gate. Havoc has historically owned this matchup, winning 70% of their encounters. So seeing Mist push this to a deadlock is a welcome change of pace. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues. Mist is really picking up the pace now, having successfully shut down Havoc on the ramp. A huge turnaround for Mist after that tough stretch lately. Mist is really putting on the pressure, quickly picking Havoc off the box to extend that lead. He's absolutely taking over, securing another clean win from the ramp. Really surprising given how things usually go between these two. He claws one back from the ramp to keep this close. The 12 ranked player is starting to find a way back into this. Mist keeps the upper hand, quickly clearing Havoc off the ramp to stay in control. Just a massive shift from his recent struggles on the ladder. Havoc takes the round from the ramp, and we are officially back to a dead heat. It's quite a turnaround considering how Mist has been struggling lately. Everything's wide open now with both players tied at 5. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after a strong day overall. Mist is showing great composure, putting a stop to that mini run by picking Havoc off the ramp. Definitely a much more balanced set than their previous meeting. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-all. It's interesting because Havoc isn't quite pulling away as expected. Mist is fighting back hard despite the gap in their global rankings. Fresh start for both players. Havoc holds his ground on the planks and starts to put a bit of distance between them. A strong showing so far for him today with 22 wins overall. Havoc is really starting to stack up the wins, taking this one easily from the wine box. Havoc wins another one from the ramp, putting him firmly back in the driver's seat. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to pull ahead and keep the roll going. The higher seed is finally starting to flex his muscles. He completely shuts him down from the ramp to push the lead to 11-6. He's definitely in top form right now after that victory over Lancer. Mist fights back from the ramp to break his opponent's momentum. It's a tougher fight for him to close out than his usual series. Mist pulls that off from the ground, knocking Havoc off the wine box to stay in the fight. He's putting up a serious fight against a higher seeded opponent. Another perfect exchange for Havoc, who just effortlessly dropped Mist off the ramp. His superior rank is really starting to tell here. What a closing statement. He wipes the floor with Mist to seal the victory. That victory keeps his streak going and really cements the gap between these two. Havoc is just on another level today. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Havoc taking on Lancer in this match, with the favorite looking for another win. Havoc owns a massive 72% win rate in their head-to-head history. And honestly, he entered this series with a lot of confidence after winning their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can overcome this slow start. Havoc holds the lead now, moving ahead 2-1. He's definitely in a rhythm today after that strong 13-8 victory over Mist. Unreal. He barely walks away from that brawl, moving his lead to 3-1. His higher rank is certainly starting to show in these early stages. He is just on fire right now, securing another clean kill to extend that streak. Lancer is certainly feeling the weight of that 14-22 run today. Lancer answers back immediately, proving he can keep up with the pace. He's fighting an uphill battle against the top end of the ladder. Havoc has been in great shape over the last day, posting a 23-13 record. It's a strong run of form that complements his historical edge in this series. He's looking very poised to put this one away quickly. Havoc is just dominating, pushing his lead to 6-3. A solid display of skill from the number 12 ranked player. Lancer is showing a lot of grit, quickly tightening the gap to 4-6. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Lancer is putting up a tremendous fight, keeping the pressure on as we approach the mid-match break. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, this is a closer fight than we anticipated. Lancer managed to raise that early 4-round surge from Havoc to keep things dead even. Fresh start for both players now. He holds his ground and secures the edge, taking the lead 7-6. A very clean execution to keep his lead intact. Lancer claws back to make it 7-all. The higher rated player is finally reclaiming some control here. Havoc regains a slim advantage at 8-7. He's showing exactly why he sits higher on the ladder. That's 3 in a row for the favorite, and he is clearly in control here. Tough spot for Lancer, who has just fallen in 2 of his last 3 meetings. He secures the kill from the box, extending his current run to 4 straight. A huge momentum swing as Lancer halts the slide and puts a dent in that lead. He's definitely found a way to keep himself in this game. Havoc is really tightening the screws now, pushing the lead back to 3 rounds. Another effortless finish for Lancer as he refuses to let Havoc slide home. The gap between them is narrowing as the pressure mounts. A frantic exchange ends in his favor, and now he's just a single point away from victory. Lancer just keeps digging in, preventing a quick exit for his opponent. He's proving to be a very tough out in this series. Total shutout to keep the dream alive, and the comeback continues. Just a lightning fast exchange to keep things tense. Game over. Havoc shuts the door and secures the victory. Lancer practically forced him to earn every single point in that set. He just couldn't find that final gear to pull off the upset. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Mist and Lancer facing off on Orange to see who takes the win today. Lancer currently holds the edge in their long-term head-to-head history. Well, this is a bit of a shake-up given how poor Mist has looked in his recent appearances. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually reverse that trend today. Mist is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Lancer seems determined to keep his overall edge in this matchup. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer barely scrapes through with a sliver of health left. He's definitely showing the stronger form lately. Lancer is just taking over now, pulling ahead with three straight rounds in his pocket. It's looking just like their previous meeting today. Mist puts a stop to the momentum and evens things up at 3-3. A very balanced start for a pair that's played nearly 2,000 matches together. Lancer clawed back the lead to make it 4-3. Despite the early lead, Lancer is playing as the underdog in this one. And just like that, Mist brings us back to a dead heat. He's fighting through a tough stretch of results today. The pace has been incredibly high, with most of these trades happening in just a couple of seconds. He's looking much sharper than he did in his match against Havoc. Lancer is really embracing his role as the aggressor here, and those two quick wins have given him a solid cushion. It's clear that he's channeling the same confidence that led him to victory in their previous meeting today. He's certainly looking like the one in control. We're all tied up at 6-6. Well, this perfectly mirrors the expected balance of this match. Lancer had the better momentum for a while, but Mist has stabilized just enough to keep the series wide open. New positions, fresh start. Mist steps forward and claims a narrow one-round lead. His recent form hasn't exactly been promising leading into this. Mist keeps pushing, extending his lead to 8-6. He's completely dominating the server right now. Goodness, that was a brutal scramble, but he manages to claw out the win despite nearly falling himself. A complete flip from his recent struggles against Havoc. Lancer is showing some real grit, putting together a strong response to keep this game close. A precise finish to clear the air. Another rapid shot for Lancer, who's continuing this push to narrow the gap. The pressure is mounting for the perceived favorite to stabilize. Mist holds a commanding 10-8 cushion as we move on. A very close pairing according to the ladder. Lancer really needs to find a way to shut this down, or he's gonna find himself staring at a defeat. He manages to trade those shots and keep his head above water, refusing to let the match slip away. He's digging deep to close this gap. Mist earns himself a massive advantage, putting himself in a position to close the series right here. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He's finally turned things around. After that cold streak he's been on, seeing him come out on top here is a huge relief. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Havoc and Mist are facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Havoc has a massive lifetime advantage in this rivalry, winning about 70% of their meetings. So yeah, this early lead for Mist is a total reversal of their historical trend. We'll see if the underdog can actually keep up this pace. What a scrap! He barely edges it out in a total firefight to claim his second straight. A rough afternoon so far for Mist, who struggled to keep pace. Simply untouchable right now. He takes complete control of the map. He's certainly playing like the superior seed right now. And he just can't be stopped. That's 4 in a row for the top seed. His recent match against Lancer showed he is in top form today. A complete shutdown of the exchange as he finally halts the momentum. Definitely fighting to close the gap after those rough early frames. Havoc has been incredibly consistent, posting a strong 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this server. The pressure is really mounting on Mist to find a way back into this. He catches his opponent off the ramp to secure another quick victory. His rank 12 standing is definitely showing right now. He's just on another level right now, continuing a heavy roll for the favorite. The gap in their ratings is becoming very apparent. He gets the upper hand here, cleaning up the round before they head into the break. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's just playing to his seed here. This feels like a very predictable start for the higher ranked player who has a strong history in this matchup. Let's see how they handle the switch. Havoc is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He's really showing why he's comfortably in the top quartile. Mist fights back, narrowing the lead to 9-5. A lightning fast exchange to keep the hopes alive. Mist is fighting to stay in this, but Havoc is just too quick for him right now. Things are moving way too fast for Mist to keep up. He's just completely outmatched in these exchanges. He's absolutely dominating the pace. Now moving into the final round of the set. That was a clean way to shut things down. A sudden shift in pace as Mist manages to put a round on the board. A sharp correction to get the momentum shifting back. What an incredible finish. He barely survives a frantic exchange to close out the series. He just kept pulling ahead in the clutch moments, and he's clearly the one who wants it more today. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Italy, and the favorite is looking strong today. Havoc is currently holding a massive lead in the all-time head-to-head at 549 to 216. It's clear that Lancer has struggled to find a way through this particular opponent in the past. We'll have to see if today is the day he finally breaks that trend. Havoc is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle here, and the momentum is swinging heavily toward Havoc. He just picks him right off the wine, extending that streak to 3. He's really putting that rating gap on display right now. Another one for Havoc. He's simply too fast for the opposition right now. Lancer finally responds with a clean win to slow the pace. He's certainly got the map history in his favor today. Havoc has been on a tear today, boasting a 23-12 record over the last 24 hours, and you can see that confidence translate into a very comfortable lead right now. It's a big contrast to Lancer, who's been fighting his way up from a losing streak today. I wonder if that disparity in form will keep the gap wide open. Lancer is buried in a deep 7-3 hole now. Looking at the ladder, a huge gap in experience is showing. Lancer is refusing to just roll over, keeping this set much tighter than we expected it to be. He's really fighting to close that gap in the ratings. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Lancer is keeping the score close, but the top-seeded player is generally playing the way we expected. He looks poised to finish this quickly. Let's see if Lancer can rally. Havoc extends his lead, now sitting at 8-5. That was another tight series between the two of them earlier today. Havoc just pulls further ahead to a 9-5 advantage. What a scramble. Lancer barely clings to life with a sliver of health to secure this one. His heart must have been pounding after a save like that. Lancer is showing some serious grit, taking this one without taking a single point of damage. The deficit is shrinking fast as he finds his footing. Lancer holds his ground from the wine, keeping the momentum swinging in his favor with another huge win. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead, even at 9-9. The tides have completely turned in this. What a statement. He's just completely taken control of this match with 5 straight wins. Havoc answers back, bringing the series right back to a dead heat. Both players are fighting for every bit of ground now. Havoc gets a great angle from the Tetris to put himself in a commanding spot. The higher seed is finding his rhythm at exactly the right time. He just wipes him off the wine to seize complete control here. The momentum has shifted completely back to the top seed. What a brawl. Lancer barely survives that exchange, keeping himself in this fight with a desperate... He's just refusing to go down quietly tonight. Absolute chaos as Lancer forces the deadlock, pushing this entire thriller into overtime. Lancer almost had the momentum, but Havoc just shut that down with a quick response. His overall win rate in the 15,000 plus games he's played is nearly 50%. The momentum has swung right back to Havoc, who is now just a couple of steps away from closing this out. He's looking very comfortable tonight. He's completely shut the door on his opponent, securing another rapid victory to put himself in a commanding position. clutch response from Lancer to keep his hopes alive in this series. Lancer is simply refusing to let this set slide away. Unreal. He finishes his opponent off the wine and secures the victory. What a result. For a second there, it looked like Lancer finally had the break he needed, but he just couldn't close it out in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Mist and Lancer stepping up for a very close match today. Lancer holds the long-term advantage here, winning about 52% of their head-to-head meetings. It's a bit of a mental battle since Mist actually took their most recent match. Now we'll see if Lancer can sustain this early lead. Mist is putting on a clinic up 2-1. Lancer really needs to shake off that tough 12-23 day. He's simply too fast right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. This is looking exactly like their most recent meeting. He's completely taken over the match, keeping this streak alive for a 4th time. He's proving to be a tough wall for Lancer today. The momentum is entirely on one side now as he keeps rolling through the competition. Rightly so, given he entered this matchup as the slight favorite. Lancer finally finds a way through, grabbing a quick round to keep this fight alive. Both players were trading heavy damage, but the second best seed manages to secure another victory. Lancer is definitely starting to close the gap here. Mist has been underperforming his usual standard with only a 30% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's interesting that he's the one controlling the tempo in this specific duel. He seems much more comfortable in these exchanges right now. Mist is just cruising with a commanding 7-4 lead. Lancer needs to find another gear to stay competitive here. Mist takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really stepping up after that cold streak in his last 10 games. He's firmly in the driver's seat heading into the switch. Let's see how Lancer reacts now. Mist is just relentlessly pulling away at 9-4. The difference in their ladder rankings is barely noticeable today. Mist is just dominating, pushing the tally to 10-4. A bit of a contrast to how their match on Italy went. Lancer finally puts a stop to that run. He's fighting back to keep this game from slipping away completely. Lancer is really struggling to find any consistent footing right now. He's certainly playing above that middle of the pack ladder spot right now. Unreal, he manages to clear him off the ramp and barely clings to life with just 6 HP. That was a genuine nail-biter for the survival. Lancer is quickly clawing his way back into the game, punishing the high ground for another round. Lancer is completely in control now, picking up his third straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Lancer is on fire, completing a full sweep of the last 4 bouts. The pressure is shifting heavily toward the favorite now. Mist halts the slide with a lightning fast shot, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely pristine finish. Mist closes out the series with a total shutdown. He's really shaking off that slump with a strong performance to take the series. Welcome to the stream. We've got Havoc and Mist stepping onto Dunes for today's duel. Let's see if Havoc can keep his momentum going. Havoc has been remarkably consistent, holding a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear why he's the favorite when you look at how easily he's controlled these matchups. He'll be looking to maintain that grip today. Mist is fighting back, but Havoc still leads 2-1. Mist is showing some real grit after the tough loss in their last meeting. Mist had a flicker of hope there, but Havoc quickly puts the pressure back on. Coming off a strong performance against Lancer earlier today. Havoc is just dominating now, leading by 3. He looks completely settled after that 16-13 victory earlier today. What a response. Mist puts on a clinic here and refuses to go quietly. He's definitely starting to find some openings in this series. He's truly digging in now, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. He's putting on a massive amount of pressure right now. A true battle for the high ground there, but Havoc just had the better reaction. The rank 11 spot on the ladder is showing its value. He refuses to fold, clawing back to keep this series tightly contested. Just a hair faster on the trigger in that exchange. He has completely wiped out the deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted back to a neutral ground. Absolutely effortless. Mist is on fire right now, taking full control of this set. We go into the break tied at 6-6. Well, it's a dead heat right now. Havoc was expected to have the upper hand, but Mist is playing a very disciplined game to keep this tied. Oh, total reset for both of them. Unbelievable! He almost gave it away, barely surviving that scramble to take the lead. Absolute chaos there, just barely scraping through that encounter. Havoc is currently on a 6-game tier in his last 10 matches. It's a huge confidence boost for him to be converting that recent heat into another lead in this series. He really seems to have the upper hand today. Havoc regains a bit of breathing room at 9-7. The gap in the ratings is started to show. He's refusing to back down, securing a completely clean shot to pull within 1. He's playing with a lot of confidence now. Havoc completely shut him down and pulled him right off that box to extend the lead. Havoc really knows how to use that elevation to his advantage, putting him just 2 rounds away from victory. Another fast one for him, leaving Mist with no answers as he closes in on the series. Mist answers back with a tight exchange, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. The underdog is really fighting to stay in the hunt. What a finish! Havoc just shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. He really proved why that historical dominance exists today, holding his ground just when things got shaky. Welcome everyone. We've got a great match on red line today between Havoc and Lancer. Let's see if the favorite can keep his lead. Unbelievable. Havoc clutches it from the ramp, surviving with a sliver of health to take the first. Lancer answers right back, keeping things dead even after that scramble on the ramp. Expectations are high for the higher rated side to pull ahead. Lancer is playing with a lot of speed right now, absolutely crushing that last exchange from the ramp. We're all squared up now as Havoc and Lancer reset. He's certainly playing with confidence after that 13-6 run against Mist. Havoc is now just one step ahead. Lancer is really struggling to find a win today. A fierce exchange of fire, but Havoc edges out the victory to keep his momentum rolling. His recent form has been frightening, with a 7-game win streak lately. Total control from that side, an effortless strike to keep the streak alive. Lancer's rough day continues after that 11-24 stretch. What a fight. Lancer manages to secure that exchange from the ramp, barely hanging on to bring the score to 3-5. Havoc has completely owned this rivalry, winning 72% of their historical meetings. He's really using that mental advantage to push ahead in this series. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to flip the script. Lancer is showing some real grit here, putting together another strong sequence as we approach the break. The lead is shrinking rapidly for the... Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly that's exactly what we wanted to see from the top seed. Lancer is staying competitive, but he's just not producing the results he needs to overcome this gap. Let's see how they settle in. Havoc just stretched his advantage to an 8-5 lead. He looks like a man on a mission after that strong start to the day. Lancer is putting up a fight, shutting that down quickly to keep the deficit at 2. What a scramble! Havoc manages to dig deep and outlast him from the boxes in a total brawl. He is definitely validating that top-tier ladder placement today. Lancer is refusing to go away, producing a flawless shot to close the gap. He's definitely starting to find some stability in this series. Havoc has been on fire today with a 24-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this second half. The real question is whether Lancer can find a way to disrupt that flow before the match slips away. What a scramble! Lancer barely walks away from that fight, clinging to a sliver of health to keep the dream alive. Absolutely wild how both of these guys are fighting on the edge. A perfect strike from Lancer to keep this comeback rolling. Lancer is really starting to defy the odds makers in this series. That effectively shuts down the mini run Lancer had going. The momentum has swung right back to Havoc. Havoc secures that shot on the ramp and moves within a single round of victory. The pure skill gap is starting to show. Lancer keeps his composure, securing another important point to stave off the defeat. Lancer is really digging in for this survival fight. He's really showing a lot of heart, securing another one to put Havoc on the ropes. This is the kind of resilience we expected from a veteran like him. What a response! Lancer forces a tie here, putting the whole series into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into a sudden death scenario. Lancer looks unstoppable right now, completely erasing any hope of a turnaround with that clean shot. It is a complete reversal from where we expected this to go. Unreal. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to keep the heater going. Absolute deadlock in those final exchanges. He's completely in command now, taking another victory from the ramp to reach match point. Lancer is just completely outclassing his opponent in this final stretch. Havoc puts up a huge stand, knocking him off the ramp to stay alive in this series. The timing was clinical to shut the door on a possible blowout. Another effortless point for Havoc, showing some incredible resolve as he refuses to let this series slip away. Havoc is absolutely refusing to break, tying this up with an incredibly fast shot from the ramp. Lancer barely holds the lead as we enter round 31. Total deadlock at 16 apiece for these two titans. Lancer barely holds his ground, leading 17-16. A real battle of wills between these two tonight. Lancer is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. He's really making the most of this opportunity to pull ahead. Lancer is staring down a 3-round advantage now. He just completely flipped the script on his rival. It's an incredible result given how often he struggled against that guy. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. Mist and Lancer are facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history, and it's interesting to see him carrying that confidence into this match. Mist usually handles this matchup better, but we're seeing a bit of a shift in momentum today. Lancer is just untouchable right now, strolling to a 3-round lead without taking a single point of damage. His current 12-24 record today makes this a huge start. Both players traded heavy damage in a frantic exchange, but he managed to secure the 4th straight. Mist is certainly struggling to find his footing here. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking another effortless round. My goodness, that was a total scrap. He barely survives the exchange to keep this run going. The lead just keeps growing as Lancer claims another perfect round. It is just a different story than their last meeting. Finally, a response from Mist to break that run. He's usually got a better handle on this specific matchup. Lancer has the overall edge in their historical head-to-head meetings. And while Mist took the last game between them, the current scoreline shows that Lancer is more than happy to flip the script. We'll have to see if Mist can actually mount a comeback from here. Lancer is just dominant, sitting pretty at 9 rounds. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Lancer takes a massive lead here going into the break 9-3. The analyst expected a close battle, but this is a landslide. That 7-round run completely changed the vibe of this game. Time for a complete reset. Lancer keeps the pressure high with a commanding 10-3 lead. He's certainly proving he can handle the pressure today. Mist manages to claw back one more, trailing 4-10. He's looking for some stability after that tough series against Havoc. Lancer was looking so comfortable, but he's suddenly on the defensive here. He's fighting an uphill battle after that rough loss to Havoc. Lancer just needed one clean trade there to put a real damper on that mini comeback. That higher ranking isn't doing him any favors right now. Completely clean exchange, and now we are at match point for Lancer. A tough spot for a player who entered this as the favorite. What a finish. Lancer claws through that final exchange to secure the series victory. He just looked way too sharp tonight, totally erasing that previous loss from their last meeting. Welcome to the match on orange. We have Havoc and Mist facing off to see who comes out on top. Havoc really knows how to utilize that ramp to get the jump on his opponent. Havoc is incredibly strong in this head-to-head, winning about 70% of their encounters over time. It's a bit surprising to see that dominance not translating to a lead right away. Now the real test is whether he can get back in control. Havoc is cruising with a comfortable 3-1 lead. It's the same story we saw in their last encounter on Dunes. Mist is really fighting back here, refusing to let Havoc pull away from him early on. He's definitely shaking off that rough loss to Lancer. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all now. The top 12 ranking isn't helping him secure the lead right now. That's a huge shift in energy as he secures a third straight victory. He's completely flipping the script on his favorite status. A tight exchange that ends with the score back even. Mist is definitely struggling to find any footing today. Havoc barely holds the edge with a 5-4 lead. The ladder difference is starting to show as the gap widens. The momentum has completely shifted as Havoc keeps this run alive with another quick win. A clean sequence there for Mist, keeping the gap narrow as we head toward the swamp. Super fast exchange there to close out the round. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything here is going according to plan for the higher seed. He holds a small cushion and looks steady as we switch sides. Let's see if Mist can adapt. Havoc has been on a tear lately, putting up a 24-11 record in the last day. It's becoming clear that this level of form is just too much for Mist to handle right now. He's really struggling to put up any resistance. Havoc is really pulling away now with a 9-6 cushion. His current form is definitely showing through in these exchanges. Mist is just completely outclassed right now. He can't seem to find an answer for these quick kills. That number 24 ranking is starting to feel like a burden for Mist. He's just on another level right now, securing a third straight for himself. The gap in their recent form is becoming a huge factor here. Mist answers back with a quick shot to get himself back in the game. A precise shot to keep the pressure on. Absolute purity from Havoc, putting him in a position to shut this whole thing down. Unbelievable. Havoc closes out the series with a fierce final encounter to secure the victory. He's just continuing to dominate this rivalry, proving once again that he has a real psychological edge over Mist. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Lancer facing off on fast aim, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Lancer barely scrapes through this one, surviving a chaotic exchange to take a quick 1-0 lead. Havoc is responding quickly, picking him right off the ramp to level things up. The number 11 seed is starting to show that class gap. Lancer really seems to have Havoc's number today, taking control of the map with another clean win. The seed gap is non-existent so far this match. Havoc usually dominates this pairing with a 72% head-to-head win rate. It's a massive historical advantage that Lancer is completely ignoring right now. I wonder if that mental edge has shifted after their recent meeting. Lancer is completely in command, dropping him right off the ramp. He's showing no fear of that rating gap. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking a huge grip on this match. His recent victory against the number 11 seed is definitely fueling this. Havoc earns a crisp victory here, showing he can still trade blows. He's definitely leaning on that, a decent 25-11 run from today. Havoc is starting to claw back, taking that round from the ramp to cut the lead down. The number 11 seed is finally finding his footing here. He's on fire. That is a third straight round for Havoc, as he refuses to let Lancer pull away. Lancer is starting to look a lot more vulnerable. Lancer shuts down the momentum, picking him right off the wine box. He's proving that his recent win on Redline wasn't a fluke. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, everything about this match is defying the odds right now. The lower ranked player is comfortably in the driver's seat despite his opponent's superior history. Time for Havoc to wake up. Havoc is quickly picking up the pace, catching Lancer right as he stepped onto that ramp. He's finally converting that higher rank into results. Another flawless blow for Havoc, who just won't let his opponent breathe. He simply won't stop putting on a display of power from the wine box. Lancer is completely reeling after that collapse. Lancer answers back immediately with a lightning fast shot. Lancer is currently dealing with a heavy deficit in his overall daily record. So yeah, he's clearly defying the trend of his recent losses by holding his ground here. If he can keep the pressure up, he might actually pull this off. Lancer just completely tore through that defense, clearing Havoc off the ramp to put up a 3-round run. He's clearly getting the better of his opponent tonight. He puts another stop to the momentum, securing the kill from the ramp. Lancer is fighting a tough uphill battle with his overall day. He's an absolute wall on that ramp, leaving the opposition with nothing. He's really starting to lock things down out here. He manages to secure another round, keeping his hopes alive despite the pressure. What a response. He keeps his composure to halt that slide and keeps this battle alive. He's putting some serious pressure on that lead now. Unbelievable. Lancer outlasts him in that brutal exchange to seal the victory. He really refused to let that historical dominance get in his head. That fight was an absolute grind. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We're on Italy today, where Mist takes on Lancer in a close matchup. Lancer is historically stronger in this head-to-head, leading the overall count with 941 wins. It makes this opening round even more surprising given how convincingly he took their most recent meeting. We'll see if Mist can maintain this early lead. Mist is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly carrying that momentum from his recent win over Havoc. Mist is really starting to put some distance between himself and Lancer here. Lancer usually closes these things out in their head-to-heads. Mist holds a tight 3-2 advantage as we reset. The odds didn't favor him, but the win rate supports Lancer. Lancer fights back, and we've got a deadlock at 3-3. Expectations weren't high for the favorites after those recent losses. That was lightning fast. Mist is really starting to dictate the pace of this battle. Mist is showing a lot of resilience today, despite a tough 9-15 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, it's impressive to see him flip the script after those recent losses and actually start putting pressure on his opponent. That was a total shutdown. Lancer keeps the fight going as he trims the lead to 4-6. Mist is just running away with this, leading 7-4. Lancer's recent win streak is completely absent from the server today. Mist takes a strong lead at 8-4. I mean, he's completely ignored his recent struggles to put on a show. Lancer has no answer for that pace right now. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Mist is absolutely dominating a 9-4 lead right now. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure after those high-scoring wins he had today. Lancer is just completely out of sync right now. Mist is putting on a serious clinic from that wine spot. A complete reversal from the dominant loss he suffered on Mapas. Mist is just crushing it, sitting pretty at 10-5. He's showing the consistency he's had throughout the day. Lancer just can't find a way to string together consecutive rounds right now. A surprising turn of events for the mid-tier ranking battle. Lancer is fighting back, but he's still digging himself out of a deep hole here. The two are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. A brutal shot that just barely registered. Mist now needs just a single round to wrap this up. What a finish! Mist closes it out with a huge final blow to secure the map. Lancer just couldn't find a way to slow him down, really getting outclassed in a huge way today. Welcome to the show, everyone. Havoc and Mist are ready to battle it out on dunes to see who wins. Havoc has dominated this matchup historically, leading the head-to-head series 335 to 142. So yeah, it's a huge disparity that usually translates to consistent results. We have to wonder if Mist is finally figuring out a way to flip the script today. That's 3 in a row and he looks completely unstoppable right now. Things are looking completely different from their last encounter. He's on absolute fire, cruising to a 4-round lead without taking a single point of damage. Havoc finally manages to get a round on the board. A good look for him considering his recent tough run against Lancer. Mist is just relentlessly crushing this, sitting at 5. It is a strong start for the rank 24 seed. Havoc is maintaining a high win rate of 80% over his last 10 outings, which makes this current deficit really surprising. It's rare to see him struggle this much when he's in such a strong period of form. He'll need to find a way to close the gap quickly. Mist is just running away with this, leading 7-2. The momentum has completely shifted from their previous encounter. Mist is just on another level tonight, moving comfortably toward a huge upset. Mist is just dominating, extending that lead to 8-3. The higher rated player is finally showing some signs of life. Mist heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, everything about this match suggested Havoc would cruise, but he is just completely outplayed right now. We are looking at a genuine shock. Time for a total reset. Unreal, he barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health left. He's refusing to let this slide into a complete blowout. Mist just can't be stopped, reaching double digits. A surprising turn of events for the higher rated side. Mist is practically cruising now, holding a 10-5 lead. He really needs to dig deep for a comeback here. The pace of these trades is just blistering. Mist is reacting almost instantly to every pick. Mist quickly takes control and wipes him off the box to reach match point. A crushing set of rounds for the favorite. Desperate scrap here, but he manages to outlast the fight and secure the win. The favorite is finally showing a bit more fight. What a scrap! He manages to hold the box and close out another round to stay in this. He's definitely getting more comfortable in these exchanges. What a finish. Mist shuts the door right there to secure the win. And that's it for this one. A massive statement from the lower seeded player to take a clean victory here. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Mapas, with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Lancer was just a bit sharper on the trigger, catching Havoc as he stepped off the ramp. A shaky start for the higher rated player today. Havoc generally dominates this rivalry with a 72% head-to-head win rate. It's a massive historical advantage, but Lancer is the one who took their most recent clash. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can actually regain that control here. Trade-offs continue as Havoc earns his second round by holding that ramp perfectly. Lancer's clinging to a narrow 3-2 edge right now. Lancer has certainly found a way to challenge the top 10 today. Things are deadlocked now with both players tied at 3. His top 12 ranking is starting to show in the server. Lancer is really keeping the pressure on here, refusing to let Havoc get any momentum. Absolute deadlock now as they head into round 9. The higher seed is finally starting to find some consistency. Lancer still holds the lead by a single round. Lancer is certainly playing his best game of the day. They're just trading blows now. Neither player can keep a lead for more than a single round. He's really grinding out a tough day overall with those 23 wins. Havoc has finally surged ahead by a single round. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in that previous match. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as expected so far. He used that 3-round run to build a cushion and looks like he's in full control. Let's see how the second half starts. Lancer claws back to keep things tight at 7-6. The number 12 ranked player is feeling the heat now. Unbelievable. He barely manages to scrap through that chaos, coming out on top with a sliver of health. The pressure is mounting for Lancer after a tough day of play. Lancer manages to shut him down just as he was starting to push from the ramp. Both players have been fighting for a long series of matches today. Havoc has been far more consistent lately with 23 wins in the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Lancer is having, which is now reflected in this growing lead. We're seeing that rating gap start to matter. Lancer is showing a lot of heart, picking up another quick round to keep himself in the fight. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, putting a significant dent in Lancer's hopes for a comeback. Lancer just shut that down completely, refusing to go quietly while trailing by 2. Still a steep mountain to climb for the underdog here. Bloody exchange, but he digs deep to secure the victory and move within striking distance of the win. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. And there it is. Havoc finishes the job with a perfect shot to seal the series. He really regained his footing in the end and earned some much needed revenge for that previous loss. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Lancer facing off on red line to see who comes out on top today. Lancer looks sharp starting us off, taking a huge advantage of that ramp position for the opener. The favorite needs to answer back after that start. Mist is looking to keep the momentum from a very dominant win against Lancer earlier today. And those recent head-to-head results suggest he's really starting to figure out his opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can build on this early lead. Absolute control from the favorite, who has now claimed 3 straight rounds. He's simply too strong right now, utilizing the ramp to tear through his opponent. This is starting to look like a repeat of their Italy P clash. He is simply outclassing his opponent, moving deeper into this run. Lancer is really struggling to find some answers against him today. He just keeps going, flushing his opponent right off that ramp. Everything is going his way after that close call earlier today. He's simply on another level, using the ramp to secure his 7th straight victory. The gap between these two on the ladder is practically non-existent. Lancer finally gets a round back, pushing Mist off the ramp. Lancer is actually the one holding the edge in their career history. Looking at the league pulse, Lancer has had a tough day with a 13-23 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that this poor form is carrying over into this series. He is really struggling to find any consistent footing against Mist. Mist takes a huge lead at 9-3. You know, this is way more one-sided than we anticipated for a neutral matchup. Lancer is playing well below his historical average today. Lancer needs a big wake-up call. Mist is just cruising now, leading by 5. A quick exchange, but he's certainly starting to put up a fight. Lancer has cut the lead, but Mist still holds a firm 9-5 grip. Lancer really needs to dig into that lifetime head-to-head advantage. Lancer is simply on fire, picking his opponent right off those boxes to secure another round. It's a complete reversal from their previous encounter on Italy P. Goodness, that was a complete slugfest. Mist barely survives that trade, clinging on with a sliver of health. A massive breath of relief for the lead player there. Mist keeps his composure, extending the lead to 10-7. Lancer has the long-term edge here, but his current form is lacking. The pace of these exchanges has picked up significantly, and Mist is capitalizing on the speed to distance himself further. He's just too quick, shutting down any hope of a comeback from the ramp. It's a shame for the underdog, but his current form is just brutal. Lancer manages to drag this one out and finally takes the opener from the ramp. The underdog is starting to find a way back into this. What a scrap! He almost goes down, but manages to clutch out a win and keep this series alive. The gap is finally starting to close here. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on through that brutal firefight to close out the match. He's really owning this rivalry lately. Despite those career numbers, Lancer fought so hard to stay in it. What a battle. Welcome to the arena today. We have Havoc and Mist squaring off on orange to see who takes the win. Havoc has traditionally dominated this pairing, winning over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. But Mist is currently the one holding the momentum after taking their last match together. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues here. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly keeping his high ladder rank in mind. Everything has shifted. Havoc has completely erased that early lead, and we are right back to a dead heat. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-2. Looking a lot like that 13-7 result from their last meeting. Unbelievable. Both players dumped almost everything into that exchange, but Mist manages to scrape through by a thread. Mist is really digging in now, leading 4-3. The top 10 race usually makes him look much sharper than this. Havoc really has the advantage in their overall historical matchup. Well, looking at how things are unfolding now, it's clear that the gap in their rankings isn't acting as a safety net. Mist is simply outplaying him in this set. Mist just pulls further away, sitting at 6-4. Hard to ignore the gap between them on the ladder right now. Mist is really starting to pull away here, putting some serious pressure on Havoc's back. He's really starting to shake off that lower seed status. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is looking way too comfortable right now. He's completely ignoring that massive historical gap in their records and playing like the better man. Let's see if Havoc can respond. Mist is out of the gates, quickly picking Havoc right off the ramp to keep this lead. The consistency from the 22nd seed is actually quite impressive. Mist is practically cruising with a 9-5 grip. He's certainly finding his form after a tough start to the day. He's completely shut him down now, finishing another quick bout without taking a single point of damage. Havoc manages to push him off the ramp and get the round. He really needs to find that consistency that saw him go 23-12 today. That was an incredibly fast reaction by Mist, and is now comfortably sitting on a 5-round cushion. Havoc has managed to hold the momentum here, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle. He's fighting to get back to those top 12 heights. Another flawless exchange for Mist, and he's now just a single round away from victory. He manages to fight his way back into this, keeping the dream alive. It's a huge mental hurdle to overcome when the favorite is this far behind. And there it is. Mist secures a perfect finish to close out the match. Huge result here for the lower seed, proving that his recent form is starting to outweigh those old numbers. Welcome to Fast Aim. Havoc is the clear favorite here, but Lancer will be fighting hard to secure a win. Havoc has been the dominant force in this pairing, securing a massive 72% win rate over their entire history. It's clear that this psychological edge is weighing on Lancer as he tries to shake off a cold start to the day. He needs to find a way to disrupt that pattern quickly. He simply refuses to let up, picking Lancer off from the planks to secure a flawless. Lancer is really struggling to find a footing today. He's simply too fast right now, catching his opponent from the ramp to go 4 straight. He's really leaning into that rank 12 status right now. Finally, a response from Lancer, snapping off that run to get back on the board. Lancer is really digging deep to avoid a total washout here. Havoc quickly recovers that lead, using the height advantage on the planks to put the pressure back on. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of those last few losses today. Lancer manages to hold that ramp position and trade back quickly. The underdog is really trying to overturn those historical odds. Havoc is just too quick today, using the planks to widen the gap even further. It mirrors that 39 result from their previous clash today. Lancer is putting up a fight now, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold the ramp. A tough road for him today with only 13 wins so far. Lancer stays on the ramp to shut things down, continuing his push to close the gap. He's really starting to shake things up with this push. Havoc has been extremely consistent over his last few sessions, putting up a 23-13 record today, and honestly his high rating really seems to be translating into stability during these mid-match rallies. Lancer is just struggling to find the answer. Havoc leads 8-4 as we head into the break. Well, it's exactly what the numbers predicted. Lancer is just struggling to keep pace with the top-tier accuracy we've seen from the favorites so far. Lancer puts the pressure back on, managing to clear Havoc right off the wine box. A strong push from the number 28 spot. Havoc keeps pulling ahead, now sitting at 9-5. That was an incredibly fast stop to that momentum. Havoc is just in full control now, comfortably shutting things down from the ramp. Lancer has really struggled to close out series lately. A complete shutout as he keeps the streak rolling, leaving his opponent completely outclassed. Lancer manages to clear him of the wine box to get this round. That's a gritty way to claw back a round. Havoc just claimed another effortless victory from the wine box to put himself one step away from victory. Everything is clicking for the favorite in this series. Lancer manages to pick him off from the ramp to put up a fight. He is fighting an uphill battle to avoid the defeat. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread to secure the match, barely surviving that final clash. He just looked sharper than anyone else out there, putting in a really convincing performance from start to finish. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Lancer facing off today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Mist is coming in with a strong 4-win streak, meaning he should be the one controlling the pace here. He's already looking very comfortable after his recent win over Lancer, and that confidence usually translates well. We have to see if Lancer can actually find a way to disrupt that momentum. Lancer holds the edge, now leading 2-1. Lancer has definitely had a rougher run of things today. Lancer is really showing that he knows exactly how to handle this specific matchup. Lancer is really heating up, pushing the lead to 3-2. Both of them are historically neck and neck on this surface. Lancer is just dominating, now commanding a 4-2 lead. Lancer is making up for that tough run he's had today. These two are really fighting for every single round. We're practically back to a dead heat. Coming off a tough set of losses, this is a great response. And we are tied up at 4-all. Lancer has been struggling with a tough run of form lately. Lancer barely edges ahead, now leading 5-4. It's a surprising turn for someone who's played so many games today. Everything's completely open here as neither player is willing to let the other take full control. Lancer has a slight advantage in their head-to-head history overall. Mist pulls ahead by 1, making it 6-5. He's looking sharp after that dominant run against Havoc earlier. Mist takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's simply proving that his recent hot streak isn't just a fluke. Lancer is keeping things competitive, but he's still struggling to find consistent footing here. Lancer needs to wake up fast. Mist has the overall match momentum, and his rating as the higher ranked player is definitely starting to show. Lancer is just lacking the explosive power needed to answer these back-to-back rounds. Now we have to see if any adjustments can be made to turn this tide. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. That was an incredibly fast reaction to secure the round. Mist is putting some serious distance between himself and Lancer here, just completely owning this second half. Mist is really putting the pressure on, just simply out-dueling Lancer round after round. Unreal, that was an absolute slugfest, but Lancer manages to scrape through the chaos with a thin sliver of health. A vital hold to keep his hopes alive in this set. Lancer has really found his second wind and is quickly closing that gap. This is an impressive fight back given those recent losses. A blistering shot from Mist to shut that rally down and put him on the verge of victory. What a fight, both players were practically out of steam there, but Lancer manages to secure the win. Lancer is really digging deep to keep this match breathing. Boom, boom, oh boom, boom. A lightning fast reaction secures the victory for Mist. He's just completely in control of the server right now. Lancer put up a fight, but he's just not finding any answers for that shot. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Italy. We have Havoc and Mist facing off now, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Havoc has historically crushed this matchup with a 70% lifetime win rate, but we know Mist just took a game off him recently. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over into this set. Havoc's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Tough spot for the number 20 seed to be in. We are completely deadlocked. This is essentially a coin toss right now. He's certainly playing like someone who belongs in the upper half. Mist just surged ahead to take a 3-2 lead. Mist is really capitalizing on this hot streak from his last few games. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to claw out the win and a 3-round lead. A rapid response from Havoc to get the momentum shifting back his way. Mist looks incredibly comfortable right now, using that high ground on the wine to keep his lead. It's a bit a surprising look for the top 12 rated player here. Mist holds a slim 1-round advantage as we reset. That was a lightning fast trade to keep the game close. Mist currently has the upper hand on this specific map with a 51% win rate. Well, it's a stark contrast to his overall record against this opponent, but it's clearly giving him the confidence to keep pushing forward. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly it's shocking to see the underdog holding a cushion here. He's riding a serious wave of momentum to keep the favorite on his heels. Time for a quick reset. Havoc manages to shut that down, pulling Mist right off the wine to tie things up. He's looking to bounce back from that defeat on Blame Orange. Mist continues to pace himself, holding a 2-round gap. A decisive blow to quickly reclaim the lead. Mist is just refusing to step down from that wine position, putting some serious pressure on Havoc. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. That was effortless, showing real grit as he starts to chip away at this deficit. Mist is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Havoc shows some real tenacity here, digging in to keep this contest within reach. The favorite is finally starting to find an opening here. He's simply not letting up, securing another clean win to keep this comeback alive. The confidence is visibly returning to his game. Unbelievable. He manages to force the draw, erasing that deficit completely. Everything is back on the line for the underdog. Mist shuts down the compact attempt to reclaim his slender lead. The underdog really seems to have his number today. What a way to flatten the field. He's completely erased that deficit to bring the series level. The pressure is mounting for the lower rated side now. A clean victory there, putting Mist just a single step away from the finish line. What a way to force the deadlock. He's showing incredible grit to push this whole affair into overtime. Getting incredibly tight here, with neither player able to string more than one win together lately. A huge shift in dynamic for a player who usually struggles here. He's completely stalled the momentum, keeping this series deadlocked at 13-all. Mist really knows how to use that high ground to shut down the opposition. He just shuts the door on that momentum swing, putting the pressure right back on Havoc. It's been a real struggle for the favored side to find stability tonight. A huge read from Havoc, punishing from the wine to keep his hopes alive. That's a crucial response to keep the series breathing. He's really fighting back against the odds today. He is simply untouchable right now, strolling into a match-winning opportunity. Pure adrenaline, neither man is blinking in this deadlock. Mist is just a single point shy of glory. Mist is holding strong with a tie 2-round lead. Mist is maintaining a comfortable 3-point cushion. He's just totally in control of this exchange. Mist is putting on a clinic, leading 19-15. It's just completely flipped the script on the lifetime head-to-head records here. A gutsy performance to survive that overtime battle. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a clash between Havoc and Lancer. Havoc enters as the favorite for this one. What an opener. Havoc narrowly scraps through this battle, barely managing to knock Lancer off the ramp. Havoc owns an incredible 72% win rate in their career head-to-head history. It's clear that psychological edge is translating into early confidence here. We'll see if Lancer can finally find some breathing room. He is simply untouchable right now, moving into a commanding 4-0 lead. The rating gap is really starting to show here. Lancer answers back from the ramp to keep the score at 4-1. A huge mental lift for him after that tough start to the day. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp, proving he's not going away quietly. Lancer is starting to chip away at that early lead. Lancer secures another win with a fierce trade on the ramp to tighten the gap. The pressure is definitely shifting toward a higher rated player now. Havoc manages to clear him off the ramp and puts himself back in control. Lancer has definitely struggled more during this recent stretch of matches. Lancer continues to fight his way back, narrowing that gap to just 1 round. Lancer has had a rough run today with a 12-23 record over the last day. Looking at the way he's falling behind here, I think that lack of confidence is starting to seep into his decision making. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, Havoc had a huge lead early on, but Lancer clawed back to make this a toss-up. The favorites are still in a good spot, but the gap is gone for now. Let's see who takes control now. Havoc manages to hold the advantage from the ramp to push his lead back up. The top 12 seed is really asserting himself here. Havoc pulls ahead again, pushing the tally to 8-6. Both of these guys are essentially identical in terms of their map percentage. Lancer is refusing to break, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. Lancer is definitely finding his confidence back in this set. Havoc gets the better of him from the ramp, continuing a really tight back and forth exchange here. He's showing why he holds the higher ground on the ladder. Lancer continues his climb, cutting him down right off the ramp. He's proving that the early gap in rating isn't everything. He catches Havoc on the ramp and brings the series to a dead heat at 9-all. Lancer is simply refusing to let the favorite pull away. Havoc edges back ahead, reclaiming a slim one-round lead. He's feeling strong after that recent victory on fast aim. Lancer just can't find the answer for Havoc's momentum right now, and that's another quick one in the books. He's really capitalizing on those high-pressure moments today. Lancer is staying remarkably steady, erasing another point from the lead with a lightning-fast reflex. Lancer secures the lead from the ramp to bring this match back to a dead even split. Absolute chaos in this series, neither can pull away. Lancer is on fire. He puts his opponent down without taking any damage and earns a chance to close this out. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts the door on this series to complete an incredible fight back. He just completely flipped the script on his longtime rival. After all those losses, the underdog finally broke through. What a fight. Welcome everyone, Mist and Lancer are facing off in the arena, with Mist entering this match as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a narrow historical edge with 941 total round wins over Mist in their history. It's interesting because the current form suggests a complete opposite trend. We'll see if Lancer can use that long-term confidence to keep the pressure on. Lancer just shuts the door on any hope of a rally, taking a huge lead early on. And that is a huge response from Mist, showing plenty of grit to get back into this. What a scrap. Lancer barely survives that exchange to extend his advantage. Lancer is definitely fighting through a rougher patch of form today. What a slugfest! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the momentum shifting. The favoritism heading into this match is starting to make sense. He's putting on a clinic here, staying aggressive to keep the rally going. And now he's just one round away from leveling this series. Unbelievable. We have a deadlock and Mist has completely wiped out that early deficit. Absolute chaos. Lancer barely makes it out of that exchange alive to reclaim the lead. Lancer really needs to shake off those recent losses. Absolutely untouchable in that exchange. Mist manages to bring things completely level. Neither side can really pull away from the other right now. Lancer barely holds the lead at 6-5 right now. Harder for him to pull ahead given that rank 28 spot on our rating. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of dead heat we expected from two players this close in skill. Both fought through 3-round streaks to keep the momentum shifting. What a hard stopping finish. He survives a grueling firefight by the skin of his teeth to take a 7-6 lead. His health bar was practically empty after that trade. He is refusing to fold, securing another round to push this lead to 8-6. The higher rank is starting to show in these key moments. He just completely dismantled that defense to move 3 rounds ahead. He's just completely outclassing his opponent in these timings. Both players dumped plenty of health into that trade, but he has officially taken over the map. A very sharp response from Lancer to put a stop to that run. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that 13-23 day. He's staying tough, putting on a display of persistence to cut the gap even further. Lancer is cleaning up nicely with those fast engagements. Mist keeps his foot on the gas, securing a perfect round to extend his grip on this game. He's really playing up to that seat. Complete shutdown, leaving the opponent without a single answer as he moves to 12. Lancer is really struggling to find a response in these closing stages. What a finish! Mist closes the door on the series with a lightning fast final blow. Lancer really fought his heart out in those early exchanges, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding in the end. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Havoc and Mist facing off, with Havoc entering this match as the favorite. Havoc has historically controlled this rivalry, winning 70% of their head-to-head meetings, but Mist is coming in with a massive 7-win streak. He looks completely confident right now, and the early momentum is definitely on his side. Mist just completely dismantled him from the window, moving to a commanding 3-0 start. Absolutely effortless on the ramp, and that's 4 straight for the leader. Finally, a response. Havoc draws some blood to stop that early run. Mist is simply dominating this, leading 5-1. Havoc has a strong positive record of 21-14 in his games today. Well, we've already seen him struggle in a very close loss against Mist earlier this session. He needs to find some consistency here to bridge that gap. Mist secures another fast one from the ramp to keep his lead firm. Mist is playing with a massive amount of confidence today. Havoc uses the ramp to snag another one, putting a little more pressure on Mist. Still needs to shake off that tough loss to Lancer from earlier. He's shown a lot of grit, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. The gap is starting to close as he pushes back. Mist holds a narrow 3-round lead over Havoc. We're seeing the lower rated players simply refuse to buckle. It's 8-4 for Mist at the break. I mean, the script is completely flipped here. Despite Havoc usually ruling this matchup, the underdog is just outplaying him on every front today. Let's see if Havoc can wake up. Mist is still firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. Both players have a very similar win rate on this layout. Mist reads the angle perfectly and clears Havoc off the ramp to extend the lead. It's a bit of a nightmare for the favorite right now. Havoc finds his mark from the wine box to keep things interesting. He needs a few more of these to flip the script. He's starting to gain some ground, securing another point to keep this fight alive. He is simply on fire right now, cruising to another flawless round as the comeback continues. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player now. Unbelievable, he just completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 9-9. Absolute chaos. Now this is a brand new game. Mist answers back immediately to take a slim lead. He has a nice bit of momentum from that Italy map earlier. Mist is starting to pull away again, putting the pressure right back on Havoc. The lower rated player is simply playing the better game. He manages to hold the ramp once again, refusing to let this lead slide. A quick trade to keep the pressure on. Methodical sequence from Mist, leaving him just a single round away from victory. His consistency throughout the afternoon has been impressive. What a response from Havoc, keeping his composure to stay alive in this series. He's definitely not giving up on this one. What a finish. Mist shuts everything down to close out the series. He's really shaking the history books today, proving he can hang with the best of them. That was a battle hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we're live on Dunes for a matchup between Havoc and Lancer. Let's see if the favorite can dominate here. Havoc holds a massive advantage in their overall head-to-head history. But since Lancer actually took their most recent encounter, we should expect some tension here. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can keep that specific momentum going. Havoc keeps the lead, pushing a 2-1 advantage now. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing Havoc's early advantage in the blink of an eye. It's a tough spot for the 14th seed right now. Unbelievable. He survives the onslaught with a sliver of health to take the round. He's showing exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Lancer reads him perfectly, just cleaning him off that box to keep the series locked up. The 28th seed is refusing to be intimidated right now. Havoc barely maintains control at 4-3. Lancer is fighting hard despite that unfavorable head-to-head record. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. Neither one of these guys has found their form today. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, stacking up those wins in quick succession. Lancer levels the field at 5 apiece. The higher rated player is fighting back just in time. Havoc sneaks back ahead, moving 1 up to 6-5. He's showing a bit more resilience than in those last few matches. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's largely in control as expected. Lancer is keeping it close, but he hasn't found a way to actually seize the lead yet. Side swap. Let's get back in. Havoc is really starting to move a step ahead here, and he's playing the heights perfectly. He's finally shaking off those losses from earlier today. Havoc is looking much more like himself now, especially considering he's managed to put together a solid 2015 record over the last day. It seems he's found the right gear to really distance himself from Lancer in this one. A total shutout as he puts the pressure back on, extending that streak to 4. Lancer's rough start today is really starting to set in. Lancer puts an end to the run, picking him off from the top of the box. Just a lightning fast reaction there to secure the point. Havoc regains his composure and puts himself in a commanding position to finish this. Sudden shift in energy here as he keeps this match alive with a clean finish. The number 28 seed is still fighting through the pressure. Absolutely sensational. Havoc seals the deal with that final burst to take the victory. He really just shrugged off that recent loss and asserted his dominance over this map. Lancer gave him some trouble early, but it's just too much of a skill gap in the end. Welcome everyone. We have Mist and Lancer facing off on orange to see who can claim the first 13 rounds. Mist has been an absolute force in his recent matches, boasting an 8-win streak heading into this duel. And it looks like he's carrying that momentum right now as he's already won their most recent encounter. Lancer needs to find a way to push back quickly. Mist is leaning on his lead, holding a 2-1 edge. Lancer holds the overall edge in their long-term rivalry. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Mist is reacting way too fast for Lancer right now. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this set. Mist is just dominating, moving to a 4-1 lead. The rating difference between the two is really starting to show. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to get back into the game. Lancer manages to tighten things up just a bit. Lancer is putting up a real fight, securing another fast round to keep the pressure on. Lancer is quickly erasing that early gap. Lancer has been having a rough day overall with a 13-23 record so far. Well, it's clear that lack of confidence is starting to weigh on him here. If Mist can keep this pressure high, this could quickly spiral into a blowout. Mist is pulling away again, stretching his lead to 6-3. The higher rank is definitely taking control here. He's just too sharp right now, continuing a fierce rally to reach a 7-3 lead. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers today. He's just completely untouchable right now, putting a huge distance between himself and the opposition. This takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's a clean start for the higher rated player. Lancer has a historical edge in their head-to-head, but he just can't find a way to stop this current run. New side, new energy for Lancer. Mist is simply crushing it, now sitting at 94. His latest 13-11 victory over Havoc set a dangerous tone for today. Lancer fights back and trims the gap to 9-5, showing why he owns the career head-to-head record here. Lancer just can't put together a consecutive string of wins to get back into this. The 16th seed is really taking control here. Lancer is really staring down a steep mountain to climb if he wants to stay in this series. That was a lightning fast exchange to wrap things up. Lancer is refusing to let this slide easily, keeping the scoreline respectable despite the pressure. A quick and decisive stop to get back on the board. Unreal. Clings to life by a single point after a total slugfest. A massive swing of momentum for the underdog right now. Lancer is on fire now, picking up a third straight round to narrow the distance. The gap in the ratings is practically non-existent when they're both this hot. Absolutely stunning. He just picks him off the ramp to extend his run to 4. The pressure is shifting completely onto the higher seed now. He just won't let up. That's 5 on the trot as he claws back into this match. This total reversal of fortune is simply wild. Simply incredible. Lancer lapped up another win to tie the game at 11-all. A complete flip of the script from where we started today. Huge stop for Mist to halt that onslaught and put himself one step away from victory. That was an incredibly clean finish to secure the lead. What a finish. He survives the trade to close it out and take the match. Lancer really put the pressure on with that huge run, but he just couldn't find that final push. He fought so hard for that. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Havoc and Mist facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Havoc holds a commanding head-to-head lead of 335-146 over his opponent. But Mist has been absolutely on fire lately with a huge winning streak. It'll be interesting to see if that current momentum can overturn the historical gap. Havoc is cruising early with a slim 2-1 edge. He's definitely playing with the confidence of the favorite here. We are completely deadlocked here. It's a total stalemate as we head into the next round. Mist is closing the gap, trailing just by 1. He's got a lot of experience in these matchups. Havoc manages a 2-round cushion as we move on. They're essentially tied on the ladder, so it's a total toss-up. Mist was way too quick for him, shutting everything down instantly from the ground. Everything's squared up now with both guys at 4. He's keeping up an incredible pace after that 9-game run. Havoc pulls ahead by 1 again. Just a tiny difference in their ranking on the ladder. This is becoming a real battle of nerves. Neither side is willing to let the other pull away. Havoc holds a narrow lead, but Mist is right there. The two are effectively identical in the ladder rankings. We've got a 7-5 lead for Havoc going into the break. Honestly, he's just doing exactly what we predicted he would. He's controlling the pace, though Mist is staying right in the fight. Let's see who shakes it off. Havoc has really found his footing here and is now firmly in control. He's managed to completely negate the high win rate streak Mist brought into this game. It will be a massive test for Mist to claw back from this deficit. He's just too fast right now, securing another rapid win to extend his lead. He just keeps rolling, snatching the round by picking Mist right off the wine. Mist manages to get the better of him there, grabbing a quick point. Unbelievable. He nearly gets taken down, but barely claws through that exchange to move within striking distance of the win. Mist keeps the dream alive by picking Havoc right off the wine. He's definitely fighting against the odds right now. Game over. Havoc closes it out with a crisp shot to secure the victory. He just looked way too clean today, fully shutting down that hot streak Mist had been riding into the set. Welcome to the arena for today's match. We've got Havoc facing off against Lancer to see who comes out on top. Havoc has an incredible 72% win rate. When these two meet, it's a historical dominance that should make him the heavy favorite today. We'll have to see if Lancer can break that pattern after taking the opening round. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, just shutting Havoc down as he tried to hold that Tetris spot. Lancer has really been struggling in his last few outings. Lancer is on fire right now, managing to pick Havoc off from heaven to extend that lead. Lancer is turning things around after a rough 13-23 run today. Absolutely effortless, he's just taking over the server right now. A rough patch for him lately, but he's playing perfectly today. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now, extending the gap to 5-1. A complete reversal from how their last encounter ended. Lancer quickly shuts him down on the Tetris, continuing this scary run. Lancer is completely ignoring his rank 29 status right now. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, claiming another round to push his lead to 7. Finally, a response from Havoc, who cleans up the fight for a quick point. He's certainly showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. The current scoreline is a total reversal of their head-to-head history, where Havoc historically wins about 72% of their encounters. Well, the odds favored him heavily going in, but Lancer is playing the map of his life right now. He really needs to close this out before the momentum shifts. Lancer takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the higher rated player to take this, but Havoc is just getting dismantled right now. We are looking at a huge potential upset here. Havoc needs a complete reboot here. Lancer is just a heartbeat away from closing this out in a huge way. He's looking a lot sharper than in those losses to Mist. A quick exchange of fire, and Lancer secures another point to put himself in a prime position. Havoc just barely slows the momentum, showing he can still hold his own here. Lancer just needs one more to put a lock on this. And there it is. Lancer secures the final round and closes out a huge performance. Absolutely shocking. He just stepped up and completely dismantled someone who normally has his number. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Mist taking on Lancer today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer makes a strong start, capitalizing on the height advantage to pick Mist right off the ramp. Lancer is looking sharp early on, really leaning into that long-term head-to-head lead he has over Mist. The higher rated player has yet to find an opening. He's simply too fast today, keeping his side completely unscathed as he takes a commanding early lead. Mist manages to outplay him on the ramp, finally getting back into the match. Expectations were high for him entering the server. A lightning fast reaction secures another win and is quickly narrowing the gap. What a turnaround. He locks down the ramp and wipes out the deficit to tie things up. This is exactly why he entered the series with higher expectations. Lancer quickly finds his target, picking him off the ramp to take a 4-3 lead. Lancer starting to build some real momentum here, taking control of the ramp to pull further ahead. A total deadlock on the ramp, but Lancer edges it out to keep the streak alive. He's playing far above that number 28 rank today. Mist is showing a lot of heart, shutting down that run with a clean pick from the ramp. Just a reminder that he entered the lobby as the slight favorite. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he just barely closed out the victory. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. He's fighting off that lower ranking really well. Both players traded strong streaks, but Lancer has the edge heading into the second half. Time to see who adapts fast. Mist just barely brushes the target, picking Lancer right off the ramp to keep the momentum shifting. Total control of the pace right now. Absolutely effortless. He's completely neutralized the pressure to bring this series back to a dead heat. Lancer barely clings to an 8-7 lead here. Both of these guys have spent so much time facing each other. Lancer is really taking advantage of the verticality here, securing another win from the window. He's showing incredible grit, securing another effortless kill from the ramp to stay in the hunt. He's definitely feeling a lot more comfortable now. Lancer has a significant edge in their head-to-head history, and he's really leveraging that psychological advantage to stay ahead right now. It's an interesting contrast to their most recent meeting where Mist came out on top. We'll see if he can shut the door this time. Lancer is putting himself in a great spot here. Just 2 more rounds to secure the victory. Lancer really needs this result after a rough start to his day. Mist keeps the pressure on with another high-impact win, refusing to let this series slip away. That was a sharp snap back to reality for Lancer. Lancer recovers quickly, putting himself on the verge of closing this series out. That's a really solid response to give back the lead. Huge stop for Mist. He stays ice cold under the pressure to keep himself in this. Incredible resilience from Mist to equalize everything after that grueling battle. A heart-stopping way to level the playing field. What a fight. He weathers the storm to push ahead and extends this hot streak to 3. He's looking incredibly sharp right now. Just phenomenal work by Mist, picking him off the ramp to keep this streak alive. His confidence is sky high after a sequence like that. Lancer digs deep to halt that run, winning the duel on the ramp to close the gap. The momentum is swinging back, and Lancer is proving that his historical edge in this rivalry is still very relevant. That's a huge recovery to force a dead tie in this series. Lightning fast reaction puts him in control, and he's now just one step away from a huge victory. What an unbelievable fight back. Mist secures the win and closes out the... He just refused to break, fighting through that chaos to get his revenge in this one. Lancer really pushed him to the limit here. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Mist facing off on red line. Havoc enters as the favorite here, but it'll be close. Havoc has a staggering historical lead with 336 total wins over Mist. It's a massive gap that usually gives him a huge confidence advantage. The big question is whether Mist can actually keep this early momentum going. Havoc's firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. He's currently ranked just one spot above his opponent on the ladder. Mist holds the high ground and manages to secure the trade, bringing things right back to an even split. Looking at those recent games, the gap between them is practically non-existent. Mist has the edge now, leading 3-2. That recent 90% win rate over his last 10 is a terrifying number. He's simply on another level right now, securing his third straight win without taking any damage. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a huge chunk out of the lead. Unbelievable. Havoc barely walks away from that exchange, clinging to life with just a sliver of health. Mist has been on a tear with that 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it's definitely translating to the server today. If he can maintain this pace, he might actually push the favorite to a breaking point. Mist is just dominant, extending his lead to 7-4. He needs to dig deep to close the distance now. Mist takes a 7-5 lead. into the break. And honestly, he is making this look like a complete toss-up despite the history. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can shake off those early mistakes after the switch. Time to see if the trend holds. Mist takes a quick peek from the ramp and manages to shut down Havoc's mini comeback. Their ratings are nearly identical, making this total battle of wills. Havoc secures a flawless round and shows some real grit as he begins to claw back into this match. The comeback continues as he denies Mist any room to breathe, moving within striking distance. What a fight. He barely survives that scramble to completely even the series. Absolute chaos as we head into the final stretch, completely locked in. Mist puts a stop to that rally with a clean finish. The pressure is mounting as we enter the final stretch. What a scrap! He survives a fierce exchange to bring this entire match back to a dead heat. The underdog has truly made this a coin flip. Another clean frame for the favorite, and his lead is now back in his favor. He's really starting to assert himself as the top seed in this pair. And just like that, Mist resets the clock to 10 apiece. That was a lightning fast response to reclaim the tie. What a nail biter. He barely edges it out from the ramp, showing incredible heart to stay in this fight. He's really putting his nerves to the test with these low health finishes. Absolutely effortless. He's just one more away from closing the door on this whole thing. What an incredible finish. He storms back from the deficit to claim the match. He really played with fire, escaping that danger zone a few times just to keep his lead. He had to work for that.